Now we are coming to our exciting part. We will have a keynote speech. Mr. Tony Khan kindly agreed to give a keynote speech for this session. He is the president and representative director of DHL Japan, which is very relevant to this event. We cannot have event on resilient supply chain without logistics company. And I'm very thankful to Tony Khan for this. Let me just briefly tell you about Tony Khan. His expertise is highly relevant to our event. He's member of DHL Express Asia Pacific Management Board since 2020. He has over 34 years of experience in the industry, and he's managing Express business and its overall operations in Japan, one of the top 5 markets for DHL Express in the world. He has a number of key positions in DHL, particularly in Asia region, including management and logistics hub in Hong Kong, that plays a central role in global network and strengthening of infrastructure in Japan. He also, during his career, he proven track record in navigating through crises, including earthquakes and SARS, especially during 2011 Great East Japan earthquake. Han's leadership played a critical role in ensuring the service for a community. So I'm very excited about hearing your keynote speech. I briefly saw, I had a peek on your slides, and that made me very, very exciting to hear your presentation today. Thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Tony Khan. And as I've just been introduced, I'm managing DHL Express operations here in Japan. It's a great pleasure for me to be here today. I would like to spend the first 25 minutes of this keynote speech to share about supply chain resilience from a broader perspective, the hidden cost of supply chain risks, and our case study, how DHL Express coped with the COVID-19 crisis. Before I go further, let me, as you can see from the slide, resilience is a key word here, but I would like to touch a bit on disruption. Until 1990, or in some part of the world even now, the disruption was defined or are defined as disturbance or problems, which interrupt an event, activity, or process and held an exclusively negative connotation. It was only in 1992 when, at that time, BDDW, which in 1998 named as TBWA, the gentleman named John Murray Drew presented the word disruption as a positive process of creative destruction to give brands and companies a larger share in the future. So I'm going to talk about that. My personal profile has already been introduced. 34 years and 8 months actually in this job. I started in April 1988, so very soon I'm completing my 35 years. I have not done any other job. This was my first job, and that tells you a lot about DHL, that I have served in many countries, but here we are, I'm in Japan. Japan is my 3rd posting in my entire career, and I'm glad to be back here since 2020. The moderator introduced me about my key achievements, but let me also mention about my key challenges or the crisis which I have been through. 1995, I was head of Japan managing operations when earthquake in Kobe struck. The first thing was how we get on the ground and manage that. When I thought I had been through the experience, in 2003, I was heading China country where SARS struck. And I had the responsibility to look after not only our people, but our customers as well, who were depending on us. 2003 was over. I was managing Japan in 2011, sitting in our distribution center when the biggest earthquake, which happened probably once in 1,000 years, struck. And we had a fear of tsunami as well as radiation. We had our facilities exactly in the same area, Fukushima. The first thing in my mind that time was safety of our people, which is very important to all of us here in DHL, and of course, the customer connectivity. I thought I had been through enough in life. I was moved to Hong Kong in 2013. And in 2018, guess what? The Hong Kong riots came aboard. I was managing the airport global hub at the Hong Kong airport, where we had a difficulty to even go to the office or fly out of Hong Kong with our shipments. So you would probably guess it's enough to talk about that, but here we are in January 2020. I was asked to move to Japan from January 1st. And January 25th, the noise started coming about the possible pandemic. So my first year in Japan, third time, and first month was landed into this crisis mode. So I'm going to explain later today how we did to this one. But one thing which I'm very proud to share with you is today, we have just celebrated 50 years of excellence in Japan. We set up our operation in Japan in 1972. So this year we have celebrated. We are #1 market leader, not only globally, not only regionally, but here in Japan as well. We manage over half of this country's business for express business in DHL Express. We are a part of a one big group, Deutsche Post DHL. And DHL Express is one of the main group, which I'm responsible for the express operation in Japan. So enough about me or enough about DHL. Let me take you straight to today. So we are going to discuss two main topics: discover hidden cost of supply chain disruption and understanding supply chain resilience. Those are two main topics I'm going to talk to you today. So the supply chain strategies companies have deemed as best practices for a very long time, in fact, almost 100 years. Since the introduction of lean production by Toyota in 1930, that has extended to the supply chain itself has gone through any major transformations. Traditional priorities still apply. How can we make it cheaper, faster, with less inventory, and obviously no mistakes? These objectives have translated to a few widely used lean strategies for the supply chain: just-in-time delivery, consolidation of supplier and logistic providers, obviously to achieve cost or price advantages, outsourcing to focus on core competencies, and more importantly, continuous improvement, or as we call in Japan, in Japanese, kaizen, which I'm sure most of you are aware of that. But please don't get me wrong here. These strategies are still very effective and have made supply chains efficient and saved companies millions. But no strategies in the world comes without a drawback. And companies know these drawbacks. They have occurred multiple times in the past, just in smaller scale. With individual companies and individual countries, here are some examples. I'm not going to go through one by one in detail, but I will pick up one, which I'm sure all of you are aware. In 2020, the Brexit. The Brexit geopolitical move created implications on how manufacturers source, transport, assemble, price their products, and make them consumer available. That was a very big challenge, which disrupted the real supply chain globally. If that was not enough, in 2021, the Ever Given ship being struck for nearly a week in the Suez Canal, delaying cargo shipments and creating a huge congestion. It temporarily stopped 369 ships from passing through the canal and delayed an estimated whopping $9.6 billion worth of trade each day. What a massive disruption that was. But when these incidents are reported, it's fairly easy to assume these are one-off incidents and will not happen to my company. But the trend is showing a different story. As the world is becoming more globalized and connected, we are having a much wider and costlier impact. In addition, macroeconomic environment is getting more uncertain. Driver and labor shortages, rising inflations in almost in every country, especially this year. Increased freight costs, a lot of reason for that, and I'm going to touch a few in the next few slides. And depleted inventory levels. You can see from the screen there are so many issues which I have picked up, but I'm sure you are more aware of many issues either in your countries or in your companies or globally, what has caused the severe disruption in global supply chain. Okay. But here we are since 2020, breakdown of global supply chain due to COVID-19, especially during the past 2.5 years. We have seen COVID-19 impact global supply chains, such as in terms of supplies and production, shutdown of plants due to government regulations, government lockdowns happened almost everywhere. Force majeure by China suppliers. Obviously, they could not, if the factory is closed, they could not make the product on time and deliver, which caused a shortage in the global supply chain. And I'm sure you're all catched up on the newspapers, the recent incidents in China, where people are now coming to the streets. It's almost 3 years now, and some issues have been reported in the newspaper. But in terms of logistics, travel bans globally, affecting air freight in the capacity. What happened is in supply chain, and I'm going to touch a base later, we do operate a huge aircrafts, fleet of huge aircrafts around the world, but we also depend a lot of commercial aircrafts to use their belly space to ship our cargo. Now, when there's a travel ban, no one is traveling, then of course the passenger aircrafts are not going to fly because their main bread and butter is the passenger, not the cargo. Increase in blank sailings, for example, cancellation of ocean routes or removal of a destination from an ocean routes, which means the pressure comes to the air freight and air freight flights were not available. But the scary part of this crisis is that there are disruptions both on a supply and demand side, both affecting each other negatively, creating a virtuous cycle. These are the general examples of how they cope with COVID-19. I have not highlighted the company names here, but the first, let's talk about increased flexibility of suppliers and logistics vendors. After the rumors spread around that there's potentially a virus spreading in China, beginning of 2020, if I remember, it was January 25 to 26, one European company started to activate their supplier PCPs to secure new supplier outside of China. Inventories. It's not about as little inventories as possible, but the right level of inventories at the right place. One European company emptied the original distribution center and moved all the products to the individual country centers a month before the infection spread out of China. So they were not affected by freight disruption. Visibility and knowledge. Companies with control towers and system in place to provide visibility on their network could prioritize and react faster to disruption. One of the examples I have it here is an American company used the mapping tool to reference the key node of their supply chain. The tool provides real-time alerts on potential disruption of the key nodes and enable the company to react faster than their peers. These are just some real-life examples how they deal with the supply chain resilience. I'm sure there are other great examples of other sectors as well. But what does it mean to you? Resilience. I would like to encourage all companies to add 5th priorities for your supply chain. And what a surprise, supply chain resilience. Well, think of risk resilience as your immune system. You don't need it on a daily basis, but it's very important. If you are strengthened by your immune system regularly, you'll be much better prepared for the next illness. And touch wood, the last 3 years, I have personally not been caught by COVID because I take care of my immune system very well. Supply chain resilience, that's only my example, all right? Supply chain resilience. How we would categorize it is based on three key factors. Supply chain resilience is not just one thing. It is a combination of visibility, flexibility, and agility. Just as our immune system, there's just not one way to strengthen it. If there's one thing I would like you to take from today's webinar, please take this one. So some words to these three factors. Visibility, to know more about your supply chain and risk exposure. Perform risk assessment, know your supply chain. How does your supply chain even look like? Where are your factories, your suppliers? What are you shipping? Where to where? Where are your vehicles links? Which raw material is critical? Which factories are producing key products? Which lanes carry the highest volume? And for example, in our industry, which airports or ports are often delayed, congested? Which logistics vendors are performing consistently below quality? The other part about visibility is access to the up-to-date information on potential disruption of these weak links. So flexibility, being able to respond to the disruption, supply chain design. For example, procurement, diversification built into contract, support your suppliers. Network design and transportation, alternate routes, distribution centers, transport partners who have good BCPs themselves, etc. Production and inventory strategy. Rather than have everything just in time, allocate critical stocks of products, ability to drive production capacities up or down. Agility. When you have the right design and visibility in place, how quick you can respond to the disruption, people, process, or system. Having BCPs in place so that when the event occurs, have emergency decision-making process and team in place. So you know who can make that decision to avoid delays in your supply chains. Just give you one quick example. 2011, I was in charge of Japan operations during the earthquake and tsunami, but I was not in charge of managing the crisis. I have named a security manager of a country who led it, and his decision was the final. Even I had to follow, and each of my management team had to follow because he was expert and we were not. So that is very important. The person who knows the process, lead and guide in that situation. Have the right system that can transmit information within the company and with your supply chain partners. All right, so this is how the COVID-19 has impacted the global supply chain. I would like to look into the case study a little more in detail. It will explain about three challenges which COVID-19 brought us. As you all know, the pandemic has brought challenges to the global aviation and logistics industries, resulting in enormous reduction or complete cancellation of passenger flights in most countries. The massive reduction in available commercial air cargo capacity and destination have impacted the global supply chain, including DHL. The number of flights which we could use get reduced by 30%. Challenge number two, we had a rising count of countries undergoing a lockdown, which has showed the overall movement, which caused a labor shortage. More and more people stayed at home and shop online. That accelerated the growth of, which was a nice problem to have, that accelerated the growth of e-commerce market, which were already growing. DHL Japan, we saw a surge with shipment by 50% due to the explosive growth in cross-border e-commerce, which we had to process. Challenge number three, due to the massive chaos with global supply chain, many logistics service providers had to suspend their services, and many customers called our customer service checking to see if we were operating, which obviously we were. In addition, the increase for the first-time shippers who are not familiar with international shipping, they mostly ship through the post offices, but here everything gets stopped. Companies like only DHL or integrators are operating. So obviously they had more questions. They want to know how to prepare the airway bills. They want to know how long it's going to take. And that increased our inquiry time by 40%. So our customer service people have to be on the phone with the customers for 40% longer than they were before. So how did we cope it up with the three challenges? First of all, one of our strengths is our own global network of our own aircrafts. We operate 240 flights a week in Japan alone. But despite all the challenges we faced, we could maintain our high service level throughout the pandemic because of our own network. But that was not enough. because we also use the commercial flights. And as I mentioned, capacity went down. So what we have to do was to increase our own network, and in some cases, change the type of the aircraft. For example, Airbus 300, we started flying Airbus 330, which obviously had the more capacities, or 767s or 777s. For surge with the shipment, luckily, we were already ready because we always like to stay ahead of the market, ahead of the competition. And we had our solid network infrastructure in place with the state-of-the-art automated system. 100% X-ray inspection was already be there or about to be open. We have opened up our new distribution center in Tokyo in 2016, which now enable us to have 2 large distribution centers. We opened up Osaka in the midst of pandemic in 2020. But with these upgrade system, those 2 facilities were ready to cope up with even with the 50% of growth. But we also manage our small level facilities. Talking about our back office function, we look into our customized custom clearance sections to enhance our custom clearance and shipment don't get stuck. Solution number 3, for inquiring handling time increase, we generally review once a day to look into the trend. But that we change it to 3 times a day because things were changing by hours, if not by the minutes. We also pulled out people who have moved on or get promoted or working in different departments from customer service, pull them back in from the commercial or operation or different department, and truly worked as one to deliver the service to the customers. So I'm pretty much almost close to my end. I explained about all the challenges with COVID-19, which brought to DHL and how we managed to manage it. But there's something more proud, which I really would like to share with all of you. In 2011, when earthquake struck us on Friday, March 11, 2:46 p.m., we were the first company who was on the street on Monday morning delivering the packages. In this crisis, until today, touch wood, we have not shut down our service in Japan for even 1 hour. We are continuously on the road and delivering to our customer. So how we have achieved that? Yes, we can talk about the systems and have a BCP in the place, but we firmly believe that we couldn't have managed to have this exceptional achievement without the huge commitment of all of our employees. They kept our operations running as an essential business lifeline in Japan. We are a lifeline. I consider myself or my team a second more important after the doctors, because we were delivering the packages to the hospitals, the masks, the surgery items, or everything which could not be stopped. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all my colleagues and comrades who were there to support the supply chain challenges. The other benefit, which is very close to my heart, and I feel personally extremely honored, we were named Japan's best workplace for the 10th consecutive year and top employer for the 2nd consecutive. The pandemic brought us many challenges. We had the highest score of employee engagement because it was a time for us when we could realize the value in ourselves more than ever before. We got thousands of thank you messages. Thousands of customers wrote to me directly that if DHL were not operating, they would have gone bankrupt. If DHL was not operating, we could not have delivered the masks or medical equipments to their families or friends around the world. I have achieved a lot in my life, have so many good moments and challenges, but if I have to pick top few, one of them always would be when I was called in and towards the end of 2020 to get ready to handle the first vaccine shipments in Japan. That touched my heart because we are not in logistics business only. We are in connecting people and improving lives business. Every package we deliver, we have a story to tell. A lot of time, we go with the world, think outside the box, think differently. in DHL, we would like to promote think inside the box. The box we deliver, the box we carry, have somebody's dreams in. Someone is waiting for that, thinking, when I'm going to get it. That's the responsibility we have. So even though we have the challenges, we managed to deliver it successfully. And that was what I wanted to share. I think I have done enough bragging about myself and my company, but please trust me, we are really proud of what we are to do. And if any of you have not enjoyed DHL service so far, pick up the phone and call our customer service and ship the first package, and you'll be extremely pleased with our service. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you very much for listening. I hope you enjoyed. Once again, as I said, we are in connecting people and improving life. You are our customer or not, but you are all our friends, our partners. If you have any question, my email address is on the screen. Please reach out to me, and I'll be happy to take you very further. Thank you very much. Arigatou gozaimashita.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tony Khan. So please stay with us for 10 minutes. We have 10 minutes. I'm sure we're going to have many questions because your presentation was very clear, and I'm sure audience will have many questions. I really liked how you showed this map where different events which disrupted supply chain happened, like Brexit and different years, different countries. And what you said, easy to assume this will not happen to my country, right? I'm from the country which we very used to stability, like we don't have natural disaster, we don't have really an earthquake, and but in Japan is really nice. They're always ready for any disaster. For earthquake, so they always have stock of food, and so I learned a lot about that from Japan, and that's I think companies also can learn from Japan. So that's very nice, because not only like, okay, now it's COVID-19, then war, but also climate change disasters happening more and more often and becoming more and more severe, right? Like flood in Pakistan, also could be droughts, typhoon, tsunami. So those might happen more frequent and more severe, which also can affect. And then I think for any country will be very hard to say, oh no, it's not going to happen to my country, right? So I really like this message, what you said. I really memorized it. It's easy to assume this will not happen to my country. That's very nice.
Thank you very much. As I told you, who would have expected that Japan is going to have a tsunami or earthquake on that massive level? One in 1,000 years or so, that's what they're talking about. So, but again, it's about getting prepared and expect the unexpected. I mean, anything could happen. So that was it. Okay. So how would you like me to go through this today?
I'm going to take you through questions. We have questions. Sitaram, would you please unmute yourself to ask your question? Okay, I'm going to read if Sitaram will not unmute himself. Sitaram is my colleague from ADBI. What are the medium-term and long-term implications of the change in passenger air travel demand, sudden reduction during pandemic, which may not resume fully, for air transport sector on the demand for air cargo movement? Will we move more goods?
Yes, obviously I'm a very optimistic person. Yes, we will move more goods, because actually with this crisis, more and more people are going online and buying it. The traditional shopping methods have been reduced. I don't want supermarkets to get upset at me, but a lot of people are more buying online, which means the logistics have to play the important role. And that's not happening only domestically, but internationally. The e-commerce growth, as I say, today on a touch of your phone. So passenger aircraft does play a very important role in terms of shipping. But for companies like DHL, who have a huge network of our own aircraft, and we have been adding aircrafts every year, in the new aircrafts which are adding up, and I have increased many flights in Japan as well for the last 2 years. So we are fully confident that we are ready to cope up with any growth which may come into. Just let me advertise that we are the first company globally who will be flying an 100% electric aircraft in a very short period of time. That's our answer to sustainability. We have bought 100% electric aircraft already, and we'll be operating them within the next 18 to 24 months. So very optimistic.
Wow, I'm surprised with this news about electric aircraft. That's
and this is not a breaking news. It's already in the public. I will not get fired by insider trading. It's already in the public news. We have published it already.
But I'm sure many audience like me haven't heard it.
Yeah,
that's really like surprising for me. Good surprise.
Thank you.
Thank you. Another very good question. Very important question. In this day and age, do you believe that business community is well heard by policymakers? Are there some collaborative efforts? Yeah, I think you didn't mention a role of policymakers in your presentation, but that's important.
Yes, I mean, we are working very closely with the policymakers, Ministry of Land and Transportation here in Japan, or other authorities in the globally, or in our industry, what we call the Washington knock door, or all these stuff. And you know, a lot of things have improved. For example, in all over the world, now everyone is talking about SDG goals, right? Including the countries. So yes, the global emission zero is including DHL, the CO2 zero. We have our target by 2050, and most of the countries have as well. So we are working very closely, because it's not only about companies like us can buy the electric aircrafts or electric trucks or electric van, but you need to have a solid infrastructure on the streets to get them charged, right? So that's, or make it easier for custom clearance. So that's not something we can do it alone. So there's a massive work going on behind the screens with the governments and with the infrastructures, which I'm very sure within the next short period of time, you will see a massive improvement.
Thank you very much. I'm sure it's easy and enjoyable to work with the government of Japan. Yeah. So we have a question from Mary Lovely, raising hand. Please unmute yourself. And after that, Yisim, after Mary.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Khan, for a very interesting talk. I really enjoyed it. One of the things we hear is a lot of criticism of international trade because of the need to transport things. So I found your comments on electrification of aircraft quite interesting. But my question really has to do with regionalization. One of the answers that we hear is, oh, supply chains should be regionalized. This will increase resilience and reduce the carbon footprint. I think there's some issues with that answer, but I'd be interested in hearing how you might respond to that. Thank you very much.
I mean, thank you for the very lovely question. I mean, you know, many years ago, since we said, think locally, act globally, we are living in a one global world. And, you know, to think about only within the countries or regionally, the time has changed. How many times when I go to Canada or US or any other country, and I don't see you know, things made out of China or Vietnam or India or Pakistan or Bangladesh or you name it. So that is a globalization. But so our major role in that is, when you need it today, it has to be there in 1 or 2 days, or you will lose interest. I can give you one very small example. Many years ago, not many years ago, 4 years ago, actually, in 2018, and I bet all of you has seen the fidget spinner. Remember that? And all of you probably spent $30–40 to buy one for children. The children need the other one, and you yourself needed that. I was based out of Hong Kong, and I had to charter 32 aircraft in 1 month only to carry that. The total weight was 58 grams. But that was going viral around the world. The key was how soon I can get it. At that time, Amazon US was selling for $30 a piece. Now, I think in a dollar store, you can get 2 for $1. It's all about the timing. It's all about, you know, getting right product at the right place. That's how the consumer market is. So if we go with the regionally, one of the things which massively e-commerce contributed is a lot of colleagues like you or friend like you who could not visit to Japan, but you still wanted to eat the Japanese chocolate or Japanese Kit Kat or, you know, matcha or Japanese tea chocolates. The companies took the idea of exporting them. That's e-com. Today, at your smartphone, you can order anything you want. So if we go into regionally, we will lose contact on that one. So our mantra of connecting people, improving life, we talk globally. It's not connecting people, improving life regionally, or connecting people, improving life locally. It's globally. So myself and my company and my colleagues, we are a full supporter of globalization, and that's where we believe the future is.
Thank you very much. My colleague Yisin Yao, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Khan. I really moved by your story. You said every staff DHL delivered has a story behind. I truly believe it, because in the very difficult time of COVID-19, I deliver an important letter by DHL. So thank you so much. Then my question is, I feel that DHL is really a company with social responsibility, just like the logo you said, excellent, simple, deliver. Then my question is, we know during the past few months, a lot of big company lay off a lot of people, like Facebook and some internet company. There are many people dismissed. So how about your company? You hire new hands, or you also lay off some person? And the first question. Second is, does DHL do something to help the poverty reduction? In globally or regionally? Thank you. Okay. Of course, Japan is a rich country. Thank you.
No, I mean, so two very interesting topics which are very close to my heart. So let me first talk about the poverty or what we are doing. So DHL internally, we do a lot of sponsorships, and you may see a lot of social or sports sponsorship, but our every sponsorships comes with the purpose. What are we doing to support? Just 3 days ago here in Japan, and as you rightly said, Japan has a very difficult, interesting challenge to find the poverty, but there are people here, there are children here. So I have personally, I'm standing in the front of the suit here, but I'm actually a businessman turned farmer, where I personally grew the rice this year along with my team. We had a farm where we grew our own rice. We harvested by ourselves, getting in the mud and water. We made 4,000 kilos, which we have distributed to the kids here in Japan. So we do this globally, but small thing. 3 days ago, I had the Manchester United legends into Japan, obviously to meet with the team and meet with the customer. But their last wrap up was to interact with the underprivileged children here in Tokyo and NPO. So we supported a decent amount through employees' contribution and charity auctions to this one. So this is something very close to in every country. Internally, we have DHL. I'm sure you have heard about Britain Get Talent, or US Get Talent, or Indonesia Get Talent. In DHL, we have DHL Get Heart. So every of our employee around the world can come up with something which they want to do personally outside their work, and we will support them financially. Every person who comes up with something gets a small amount to support their charity. And I'm talking about globally, every employee. The people who goes up to the higher level, their stories are more interesting, then they get a very big amount to support their personal challenges, but they are doing it in their personal life. For the community, not for themselves, for the community. Some people are teaching to the slum schools. Some are working with the underprivileged children or the old homes or stuff like that. So we also support that. So this is something which we are doing it for the poverty. The first question, I'm sorry, I get too carried away. So could you please repeat the first question?
Question is, many company.
Yes, sorry. Yes. So in 2020, when the news went out that the companies have stopped hiring, the major airlines, of course, were not hiring because the planes were grounded. I reached out to my management team here, and our joint decision was that said, here is the time we need to make a difference. So we went out and we hired the new graduates by far higher number than anyone we have hired. And we are continuously hiring since then. We will be hiring a big group in April 2023 because we are growing. So we need our people, but it's not only about the growing, we have a social responsibility as well. And I can very proudly tell you that my history will speak for myself. In 2009, I was in charge of all the flights aviations in Japan, and I had 350 people. I did not let one single person grow from my department. Yes, it was challenging, and that includes the temporary employees as well. Anyone you can speak with during my tenure in 2009, I did not let every single person go. We all worked together. Yes, we stopped having any pizza parties. Yes, we stopped giving a coffee. Yes, we went very tough on no overtime and everything like that. But we kept every single employee's job. And the advantage was not only for the employees, advantage for the customers. As soon as the business is back in a year or so, the same people were there. And that's where a lot of company makes mistake, where they think they can reduce people and they can achieve the number. But I call that a transactional leadership. The transformational leadership will stick by the people and reduce the number, which we have to in terms of absolute dollar, but stay together. And when the crisis is over, we will emerge as a strong team.
Thank you very much for Mr. Tony Khan and all excellent questions. Sorry, due to time constraint, I would like to close this keynote speech. I really thank you for all sharing openly all your knowledge and expertise and easy examples to understand. Like you said, think of supply chain like your immune system, work on it before, not after. So then you get advanced. And then also, like you said, easy to assume that it will not happen to your country. So this is easy to understand and easy to memorize for anyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Arigatou gozaimasu. I would like to invite our next session. That will be session on international trade and global value supply chain, and the session will be moderated by Vice President of ADB, VP Bruce Gosper. He kindly agreed to moderate this session, and his expertise is highly relevant to this international trade and global value chains topic. He has over 40 years of experience working with multilateral regional institutions, dealing with trade, economic policy, running large public sector organizations. Before ADB, he was Australia High Commissioner to Singapore. He worked extensively at the Australian Trade and Investment Commission, Australia's Trade Promotion Investment Facility Agency, and also Australia's trade policy and trade negotiation, ambassador to the World Trade Organization in Geneva, where he led Australia multilateral trade initiatives and chaired WTO General Council and WTO Dispute Settlement Body. VP Bruce, the floor is yours.
Well, thanks very much, Dina. So I hope you can hear me well. And greetings to everybody from Manila, where it's Bonifacio Day, which celebrates a national hero of the Philippines, Andres Bonifacio, who led the 1896 revolution against the Spanish Empire. But anyway, back to this century, and it's a pleasure to join you for one of the concluding sessions of this very timely conference. Today, we've got the opportunity to hear a little bit more from two very distinguished speakers and some discussants about the evolution of global value chains in an age of uncertainty. So this session will be particularly interesting as it provides implications of manufacturing supply chain movements for global resilience to country-specific shocks and geopolitical risks. It'll be interesting to hear the policy recommendations for developing Asia to ensure that all can benefit from the deeper integration into global markets. So we'll hear two papers, each followed by a presentation from the discussant and an open Q&A. So as in the previous session, please, as questions occur to you, do post them in the Q&A box. in Zoom at any time. Now we're going to start with a polling question, which will also be available to you. The polling question is, which industries suffer most from the global supply chain disruption in your country? And we ask you to choose two: machinery and equipment, IT and telecommunications, energy and utilities, automotive, chemicals, agriculture and food, other, or do not know. So while you look at that and think about your answers, and you can answer them anytime during this session, we'll come back to it at the end of the session to perhaps review some of the answers. We've seen a good reminder over the last few days of this. I was watching the stock market in Australia have a bump upwards, mostly in anticipation or speculation about some easing of COVID restrictions in China, because that, of course, would flow through to easing of supply chain disruption and maybe greater demand for raw material imports and the like. So we're seeing uncertainty sourced from many places, but flow through very quickly into supply chain movements and configurations of one sort or another. So while you look at that, let me introduce our first speaker. David Dollar is a senior fellow at the John L. Thornton China Center at the Brookings Institution, and also the host of the Dollar and Cents podcast on international trade. His most recent two books are co-authored with economists from Peking University: The Digital Financial Revolution in China and China 2049. He's also a member of the team that has produced a series of global value chain development reports. From 2009 to 2013, he was the US Treasury's economic and financial emissary to China, based in Beijing. Prior to that, he had more than 20 years experience in the World Bank, working in Asia and on issues relevant to the economic development of Asia. So with that, could I please introduce David to begin his presentation? Over to you, David. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Bruce. It's really a great pleasure to join this session, to join this conference. It's a very important topic. My paper is called The Evolution of Global Value Chains in an Era of Uncertainty. And if we can move to the next slide, I'll indicate the background for this. We just had a really excellent presentation from DHL, really providing the background that it's been a couple of difficult years for global value chains, most obviously because of the COVID-19 pandemic. But beyond that, we've had all kinds of environmental shocks. We had extraordinary drought and heat in Southwest China, for example, flooding in lots of different locations around the world, increasingly intense storms. And then on top of these environmental issues, you've got what I call geostrategic conflict. Russia's invasion of Ukraine is the most obvious and important right at this moment. But in the background, we have this trade tension between the United States and China, which is also a kind of a geostrategic conflict. So it's been a difficult couple of years for supply chains. Next slide, please. So in response to that, first, here in the United States, I'm talking to you from the suburbs of Washington, D.C. There are quite a few voices calling for the reshoring of manufacturing back to the U.S., a sense that manufacturing has been hollowed out in the U.S. And closely related to that, there's also talk about nearshoring. The U.S. renewed its trade agreement with Mexico and Canada. And so there's also talk about pulling back production from Asia to the North American continent in nearshoring. More generally, there's a lot of tension between the US and China, talk about supply chains leaving China for a variety of reasons, which naturally leads to the question, are supply chains, some of them moving, which ones, where are they going? And then the most important question, I believe, for this audience is how can developing Asia benefit from these trends? Next slide, please. So if we start with this issue about reshoring of US manufacturing, to me, the evidence for this would have to be a generalized resurgence of manufacturing in the US. It's certainly going to be possible to subsidize one particular industry like semiconductors, but I take the whole talk about manufacturing reshoring to be much broader than that. And what's really striking is if you look at manufacturing output in the US, and this is actually the real level of output, it's actually very stable. The US economy, of course, is growing, and what that means is manufacturing is continually declining as a share of the economy. We had a recession at the beginning of the COVID crisis, and you had a drop in production and then a quick bounce back. But if you ignore that recession, basically what you have is a flat trend. US manufacturing production right now is 4% higher than 10 years ago. So in 10 years, production has increased 4%, which is obviously very, very small. So I feel pretty comfortable saying that as of we have data up through the middle of 2022, there's no evidence of any generalized reshoring of manufacturing back to the United States. So there's just talk, but there's not really any evidence of that. Next slide, please. I would also point out that there's an important macroeconomic foundation to what's going on here. I mean, when you look at that production figure, you might think, well, America is growing, Americans are getting richer, aren't they demanding more manufacturers, along with more services, of course? And the answer is yes, of course they're demanding more manufacturers, but we're meeting almost all of that demand through imports. The orange line here is the manufacturing trade deficit in the United States, and the blue line is the overall trade deficit. And if you go back about 10 years, the US had a large trade deficit, and a good part of it was manufacturing, but there was also a pretty big energy trade deficit added to that. So most of the difference between the orange line and the blue line is energy deficit. And then what's happened in the last few years is the US has had a big surge of energy production. We're now roughly self-sufficient in energy, so we don't really have an energy trade deficit anymore to any significant degree. Pretty much our whole trade deficit corresponds to manufacturing trade deficit. And I mention this because if we were going to really bring a lot of manufacturing production back to the United States, that would mean we would be importing a lot less. We would stop having such a large trade deficit. And there's certainly people who advocate for that, but I just want to emphasize that this is really a macroeconomic issue. To get there, we would have to save more. Almost certainly we'd have to raise taxes and cut the trend of consumption. And frankly, no politician is advocating for this in the United States. So I don't see the macro foundation for any large scale reshoring of manufacturing to the US. Next slide, please. So basically, just summarizes that there's been only 4% growth in production over a decade, which is pretty close to zero. We meet the additional demand through imports. And at this point, our manufacturing trade deficit is getting close to $1 trillion. And if the US wanted to change that, we would have to save more and consume less. Next slide, please. So then let me turn to this issue of nearshoring to Canada and Mexico, which is interesting because we have updated our trade agreement. It's now called the US-Mexico-Canada Agreement. And here I'm looking at the shares of manufactured imports coming into the US, where the US is getting its manufactured imports over the last 6-7 years. A couple of things stand out. Mexico and Canada are certainly major suppliers to the US. About 25% of our manufactured imports come from those two countries. and it's divided pretty evenly, by the way. But notice it's extremely stable. There's certainly no upward trend after the MCA agreement was started to be implemented. China, of course, is a major supplier of manufactured imports to the U.S. But here, starting in 2018, which is really when you get this trade war between China and the U.S. heating up, there's a clear downward trend. The U.S. Dropped by about 5 percentage points in terms of the share of imports coming from China. And I'll go in a little bit more detail of that in a few moments. So there's definitely some shift of value chains. Some of that production that was going from China to the US has declined, but it's made up almost completely by an increase from developing Asia. And within that, Vietnam is actually the big player. But if you add in Malaysia and a few other countries, basically what you have is 3 or 4 percentage points of the imports coming into the US. That's a fairly significant shift. So you definitely have some shift out of China into other developing Asian countries, but no evidence of any of that coming back to Mexico and Canada. Next slide, please. If we look a little bit more closely at the US-China trade relations, and so this is looking at where China gets its imports, there's been a small decline. This is 2012 to 2019. There's been a small decline in the share of imports that China is getting from the United States, but it's pretty modest. I would say the big change here is China is importing more from ASEAN. ASEAN as a group has become China's largest trade partner. And I think there are a number of interesting things going on there that I'll come back to in a couple of moments. But first, next slide. Looking at China's exports, again, modest shifts. The US used to be the largest single destination for China's exports. It's come down modestly over this 7-year period. And the main change is that China is actually exporting more to ASEAN and a little bit less to the US. And China's trade with the European Union is pretty stable. I mean, what I take away from these figures, on one hand, there's a lot of stability, so there may be some kind of trade war going on between China and the US, but the shifts here are rather minor, but they're real, and they're going in a particular direction. China, in a sense, this is a kind of nearshoring for China, in that China's imports and exports both are focused more on regional partners, especially ASEAN, and less on the United States or Europe. Next slide, please. Now, when we get into some individual products, I think the story gets a little bit more interesting. The US, fortunately, has really quite good data, at least on the gross value of trade. And so this is looking at a number of product lines that I just pulled out from manufacturing. In 2018, in many ways, was the peak of US trade with China. It's certainly when this trade war between China and the US really heated up, with the US imposing 25% tariff on about half of what we import, and probably more importantly, imposing stronger export controls and technology sanctions of different types. So when you look at specific products, I think you can see evidence of what I would call a tech war rather than a trade war. If I could start at the bottom, as I said, there's been a little bit of shift of China's exports away from the US. So if you compare the most recent year, 2021, to that 2018 peak, our overall manufactured imports from China are down something like 6%. so in a growing economy, so that's noticeable. But when you get into specific products, you can see that sensitive items like telecommunication equipment or semiconductors, U.S. imports from China are down by about 50%. And, we know those are growing sectors. So that's just, I think, that's a real shift in the value chains there, that the United States is not buying those products nearly as much from China. The U.S. is also not making those products itself, so it's importing more from other countries. Computers, interestingly enough, you definitely do not see that decline. And there are lots of categories. I just pulled out agricultural machinery as a good example. There's lots of categories where U.S. imports from China are up, 40, 50%. And that's why the overall figure is a small decrease between 2018 and 2021, but composed of these different movements. Next slide, please. Now, for those categories where we see quite a bit of decline of U.S. imports from China, like semiconductors, telecom equipment, we also see in the data, and I was about to say almost equivalent, but that's an exaggeration. We see a sizable increase in U.S. imports from Vietnam. That's the gray box here. So for some of these products, and if you added in, Malaysia and a couple other countries, you would start seeing that makes up the shortfall that's occurred. So there definitely are some shifts in value chains where for these products like semiconductors and telecommunication equipment, some production export-oriented has shifted out of China and gone to places like Malaysia and Vietnam in particular. Vietnam seems to be the big winner. Now, most of our trade statistics are gross value, and I thank the ADB for making some good trade and value-added data available. So if I could go to the next slide. Sorry, wait one more slide and I'll get to my trade and value-added data. No, but please go to the next slide. Yeah, so this was also just looking at the U.S. exports to China in these similar categories relative to 2018. Again, you've got, you see significant differences across these categories. I found it interesting that despite all the politics around semiconductors, what we see in the data is a pretty big increase in U.S. exports to China. So even though there are various technology controls, somehow firms are getting exempted from that, and/or these are relatively low-end semiconductors, but that business is still thriving. Next slide, please. Yeah, so here are some of the data on trade and value added that comes from the ADB. So thank you for the data. And what this is showing is over roughly the last decade, growth rates of both gross trade and value-added trade between particular pairs. So as I said, Vietnam has been an obvious winner. Its exports to the U.S. have been growing at 25% per year for a decade. That's very significant. I think last year, Vietnam exported $100 billion of products to the U.S., and that made Vietnam the number 6 trade partner from the point of view of imports. So that's pretty dramatic. But if you look at the value-added, the increase in the value-added exports from Vietnam to the U.S., which is the second column, it's significant, but it's also noticeably lower, below 20%. And that indicates that those gross exports to the U.S. Have a large and increasing import content. And then in the case of China's trade with the U.S., a little bit of the opposite pattern of, relatively modest growth in this difficult environment. But in value-added terms, it's a little bit faster. And part of what's happening there is some of China's trade with the US is now being mediated by countries like Vietnam and Malaysia. So if you look at China-Vietnam trade, you have very rapid increase of both gross exports from China to Vietnam, and you also have very rapid growth of value-added exports. So just to make this a little bit more concrete, a great example of what's happening here is the solar panel industry, where the US has imposed countervailing duties over 200%. So the US imports almost no solar panels from China. Those countervailing duties are aimed at China. But what's happened is a lot of Chinese factories have picked up and moved to Vietnam. And so China is exporting machinery and polysilicon to Vietnam. Vietnam is exporting completed panels to the US. And the US has made a decision not to impose any countervailing duties on those, because we need the solar panels to meet environmental objectives. So there you have a clear example of an important change in a value chain. What used to be coming directly from China to the US is now that value chain's broken up, and a key final assembly shift is to Vietnam. Also, Malaysia is a big player in that product line. And so you see these changes in gross value of trade and value additive trade a little bit moving in a little bit different direction, but telling us something about how value chains are evolving. Next slide, please. So we have some tentative answers just from looking at this pretty straightforward evidence. Is there evidence of generalized reshoring of manufacturing to the US? I would say no evidence so far. There might be some specific sectors like semiconductors where the US can subsidize production and actually get more production. That remains to be seen, but that seems likely. But in terms of overall manufacturing, the trends are pretty consistent. Manufacturing production is a declining share of US output, and no evidence of that turning around. In terms of nearshoring to Canada and Mexico, we also don't really see much evidence of that. That relationship, Canada, Mexico, US, seems quite stable. I think Canada is a high-wage country. It's not going to be taking over parts of value chains that came out of China. Mexico is a relatively low-wage developing country with a lot of potential, but Mexico has a lot of problems with its investment climate, and we just don't see much production shifting there so far. Are some supply chains leaving China? Yes, definitely. I would say probably most accurate to describe this as parts of some value chains. China is still the largest producer of manufacturing value added, the largest exporter of manufacturing value added, but we're seeing some interesting changes, particularly some new opportunities for ASEAN countries, potentially for India if it could get its act together. And what we hear politically from these countries over and over is they do not want to have to choose between China and the US, because countries in ASEAN, for example, they have deep ties with both the US and with China, and that is the best arrangement for them as they're trying to grow and reduce poverty. So that they're not really interested in being pulled into a new Cold War. Next slide, please. Now, in terms of policy recommendations, I think it's natural that different supply chains will be evolving in different ways. I didn't really have time to get into the fact that wages have been rising pretty rapidly in China. That by itself would tend to push parts of some value chains to other developing countries. And then you have the uncertainty generated by the pandemic and the US-China trade war. So I do think there are a lot of opportunities here for developing countries. But when you look at where production is moving, it's pretty clear that investment climate, especially logistics, plays a key role. You really have to be able to move things in and out efficiently in order to be part of global supply chains. And then the human capital. I think one of the reasons China has become the manufacturing superpower is that it has such good human capital for a developing country. And Vietnam, a little bit similar there. And on the other hand, unfortunately, Mexico is not generating, a lot of educational achievement. And I think that's one of the main problems holding back a place like Mexico. Many developing countries are held back by that human capital issue. And then, of course, I haven't really had time to say much about trade agreements, but, in the background for these changes I'm talking about, you do have this important agreement, RCEP, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership. A few countries like Malaysia and Vietnam are part of the Trans-Pacific Partnership, and China has applied to join. So I definitely think those trade agreements help create a solid foundation for value chain. So I think there's some of the policy discussion around Washington is a little bit detached from reality in that it's bringing up ideas, things that are not actually likely to transpire in reality, like large-scale reshoring of manufacturing to the U.S. On the other hand, we're definitely going to see evolution of different value chains in different directions. That's going to continue to be interesting for policymakers and researchers, and it's going to continue to create opportunities for relatively poor developing countries to help them get their whole growth process started. So I'm going to stop there so that I stay within time. I think that was my last slide.
Right. Thanks very much, David. That was a really data-rich presentation that really gives us a really important foundation for consideration of the issues, and in particular, as you framed at the end there, how this region responds to the opportunity and the challenge that's before us. So we'll get a chance to come back to some questions from the audience, but before that, of course, our discussant will make some comments and help lead us in this discussion. So I'd like to hand over to Latifa Haider Abdul Latif, who is the Assistant Director, Analysis and Monitoring on Finance and Socioeconomic Issues Division with the ASEAN Secretariat. So Latifa Haider, if I could pass over to you, please.
Thank you, Bruce. Can I just check my audio is clear to everyone? Good. Okay, fantastic. Thank you. And thank you so much, Dr. David, for a very detailed presentation, and also ADBI for this opportunity to discuss this paper. I think there's a lot of anecdotal evidence with regards to the impact of US-China trade war, but what this paper did is actually present the data to actually demonstrate and prove that perhaps there's not so much onshoring or reshoring like what Dr. David has actually presented earlier. So the paper that I received from ADBI actually refers to, the title is Evolution of Global Supply Chains, and I noted that Dr. David actually presented the evolution in global value chains. So I mean, I don't know which one that you're trying to focus on, but I suppose it doesn't change the content of the paper or the message they're trying to send. So and perhaps before I start, maybe it's useful to clarify that my comments will be anchored more on policy observations, particularly from a regional perspective, that I hope will actually benefit the discussion. If you can move to the next slide, please. Maybe just to quickly remind the audience again how the paper is structured. And this paper is actually divided into 6 parts. I will first briefly summarize the paper. And then I will highlight what, in my view, are the strength of the paper, and also suggest some improvements before I end with some food for thoughts. So like shown in the slide, I think the paper is very well structured with evidence arguments, supporting the arguments. And in the introduction, the first part, it already sets the tone by framing the conversation around challenges of global supply chains that ranges from COVID-19 pandemic to impact of climate change and geopolitical crisis, and how this crisis actually changed the trends in global supply chain. It also, in the introduction, also suggests that his paper will examine the impact of this crisis from the perspective of China-US trade relations. And the next part of the paper investigates the evidence of reshoring and nearshoring, followed by analysis of China's industrial trade policy and liberalization, recommendations, and then followed by US-China trade relationships, recommendations on how China can actually, how Asia, developing Asia can actually benefit from China's US trade frictions, before ending with the conclusion. So that's largely how the paper is structured. Next slide, please. So I will briefly summarize the paper, and I think Dr. David, wonderfully actually provide a very data-rich paper. And he has done a better summary. He will be doing a better summary than me, but let me just attempt at this. So this is my main key takeaways in terms of summarizing the paper. So the paper seeks to investigate the development in global supply chains, focusing on the fragile trade relationship between China and the US. And the three key things that it tries to highlight is that the trade war is actually between China and US actually in a very much more concentrated on a narrow area in relation to technology, as opposed to a wider trade relations or a wider trade friction. And as concluded by Dr. David earlier, there's actually no evidence of trade war between the two economic giants that actually resulted in either manufacturing move back to the US or any geographical location near North America. And China's supply chain has somewhat now shifted to ASEAN countries, and the trade diversion could actually benefit Asia, especially with the liberalization that comes on board from RCEP to get around US tariffs that has been imposed. And the paper provided evidence of the shifts in supply chains linked between US and China. And I feel that the way that the data presented has been simplified to help the readers navigate through the arguments in terms of demonstrating how this trade friction has not really resulted in any manufacturing shift back to the US. However, I do feel that perhaps there's not enough evidence presented to actually conclude that the shift in global supply chain actually resulted in China-US trade war. Why I'm saying this is because I think the title that refers to the evolution of global supply chain may be a little bit too a bit more ambitious than what the paper is trying to present, because it focuses on quite a narrow supply chain route that looks into China and US, and it's very difficult to map the global supply chain. Actually, it's very complicated. It's very complex, and I feel, and the paper, in my view, tries to put forward an important thesis of the shifting landscape in global supply chains that can be shaped by various factors. However, it is not immediately clear. Three key observations that I wish to highlight here. First, I think it is not immediately clear what are the research questions that this paper seeks to answer. I think Dr. David actually presented that earlier in the presentation, but from the paper, I was not able to immediately pick up. Maybe it's due to my lack of understanding, but I wasn't able to immediately pick up what are the research questions. The data, although that is presented in a more simplified manner, I also feel that it's a bit too simplistic. There's opportunity to actually interact with the data a little bit more, to give a bit more nuance, and rather than just looking at the value of manufacturing, for example, and for related to certain products. And third, perhaps the focus on US-China trade relations may be a bit too narrow to suggest an evolution in global supply chain. And let me explain a little bit more. I think I've touched upon the research questions. The data use, let me expand on this a little bit. So, like I mentioned, although that I feel that the data presented in a simplified manner, there's room for analysis to dive a bit deeper. For example, in figure 6 of the paper, which shows US 2021 imports from China relative to 2018 peak. I think it perhaps it will be useful to also show the trend over several years, and to also give a bit more nuance by analyzing the impact on production costs, impact on employment, investment arising from the shift of production out of China. It gives a bit more color, I feel, to the analysis. And mapping the route of the supply chain that has moved away from China will also be valuable. I think you explained that it has moved to certain ASEAN countries, to Vietnam, to Malaysia, but I think having like a visualization of where it moves perhaps would be really useful to the readers. And the focus on US-China, while US-China indeed the two biggest economies, the factors that shape the direction would go beyond tariff and intrinsic cost of production for future industries. I feel. So, for example, the European carbon border adjustment measures, the CBAM measures, once it comes into force, would have significant effect on countries with lacks of climate regulation, and this would be one of the important factors. Just to cite an example, a study by Standard Chartered last year revealed that 57% of MNCs are willing to actually replace suppliers in emerging markets with those in developed countries. So this would actually have an impact on supply chain, and 3 ASEAN countries that were part of the study, excuse me, Malaysia, Singapore, and Indonesia, could potentially lose a total of $237 billion combined if they don't buck up in terms of their climate measures or lightening their supply chain. So climate-related regulation will potentially have an impact for future industries. And if you look at the energy transition, which is expected to drive a mining boom for total demand in critical minerals used for transition technologies. And right now, the reserves of all these critical minerals are located within the developing Asia. And this would also, again, I believe, in future would actually shape the way or the way supply chain is organized. So, other than these 3 key observations, maybe Dr. David, you may also want to maybe do a editorial process again, because I noticed that you mentioned TPP. This is now overtaken by CPTPP, and you mentioned that it's led by Japan. This may not be the accurate characterization because Japan is not the leading country for TPP. They are I think right now it's the chair, perhaps in absence of a secretariat. So just some editorial accuracy. But other than that, I feel 2 key takeaways. I know that I ran out of time. I just wanted to touch on the strength of the paper. 2 key takeaways that I find is really useful is that the link of FDIs in shaping global supply chains. I think this is an area that has been, there's a lot of discourse, but not enough. And especially this type of input is really useful for developing Asia in shaping the liberalization with regards to their trade negotiation, FTAs negotiations. And the second one, perhaps this may not be the immediate intention of the paper, but the other strong evidence that I found really useful from this paper is that it actually demonstrates how protectionist measure is actually a blunt tool, because it doesn't really, done much dent on the effect of global supply chain. So I suppose I'll stop there, because with regards to propose further improvements and food for thoughts, I've actually have also mentioned earlier during my comments to the paper in relation to looking at factors beyond just tariff, but also the influence with regards to future industries. So I'll pass back the screen to Bruce, and thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Latifa Haider, for those observations, and I'll ask David to respond to some of them. We only have one question in the Q&A box at the moment, so I remind listeners that they've got the opportunity to put questions in there. The question we do have really sort of hints at whether it's possible for supply chains to move completely from China, and I'm sure Dr. Dollar will sort of remind us of the macroeconomics and of course the sheer scale of China's transformation over the past 20 or 30 years into a manufacturing powerhouse, and those things will not change, and they'll certainly not change absent some major geopolitical shift, of course. So it does sort of lead us into the issue of the trend that you do identify, Dr. Dollar, which everyone I think can see happening, and that is the shift of supply chain to ASEAN, to Southeast Asia. Of course, now you're talking about goods. There's probably also a services story to this as well. But you focused in particular on Vietnam and the work it's doing. And I wonder if you could sort of tease out for us a little bit more the challenge that you've posed of how ASEAN can establish its position in the supply chain, but also move up the value chain. From simple to more complex assembly, manufacture, R&D elements, all those sorts of things. And of course, it is an uneven story across Southeast Asia. Vietnam's doing a lot on the manufacturing side, Malaysia on IT, Thailand has its own story, Indonesia on resources and some parts of manufacturing, the Philippines on services in particular. It's a variable story across the region. So I wonder if you could sort of unpick for us the possible paths for moving up the value chain within the region as supply chain investment and production shifts somewhat to Southeast Asia.
Okay, thank you. I really appreciated the discussion and your question right there, Bruce. I think kind of looking big picture, China produces 25% of world manufacturing value added, and it consumes a lot of that too. Remember, a lot of the manufacturing takes place in China because that's the market. So I just think for something that substantial, you're going to see some interesting evolution around the edges, but I'm just very skeptical that you're going to see any kind of wholesale departure of value chains from China. I hear a lot of international firms which have been very much focused on China as a production location, talking now about what they call the China +1 strategy. They realize they need more resilience in their supply chain, so they're looking for additional locations. But in many cases, they continue to have a big operation in China. And one thing I really wanted to highlight is, this is not necessarily a loss for China because it's exporting machinery and components. And in some ways, it might be more accurate to say that certain value chains are becoming longer, because now they're kind of being rerouted through Malaysia or Vietnam before going out to the world market. But it's not like China is really being shut out of those things. As far as, I don't think there's any magic recipe for how developing countries can benefit more from this, aside from the few things I said. I would add that our research in the Global Value Chain Development Report, last couple of reports, one thing it's highlighted is the growing role of services as an input into manufacturing output. So if you think about, smart cars and a lot of electronics, basically, the software as a service industry. And then, of course, you've got finance, insurance, transportation from our DHL friend, for example. So I observed that quite a few developing countries have liberalized direct investment into manufacturing, because they see the obvious benefit. You want to get, top quality manufacturing production that can create a lot of jobs for your people. But I think many countries are holding back on liberalizing services. You've got vested interests and of course, sectors like finance, telecom, they're going to be heavily regulated in the real world. So I think that's a missed opportunity for a lot of developing countries, is liberalizing the service sectors, just both domestically and in terms of international investment, in order to get the best services, so that that can be one thing contributing to your manufacturing production.
Yeah, thank you for that observation, David. It's quite clear if you look at the data that services, particularly formal and final services, it's heavily regulated in the region, even though services are increasing as a share of trade, and the region's doing quite well. So this surely is going to present a lot of challenges for the region, because it's a heavily contested area of global governance, and there is no longer a coherent or particularly effective global means to address these issues with the troubles that affect the WTO. So it puts a lot of pressure on the regional agreements that you talk about, the TPP, RCEP, the nascent Indo-Pacific economic framework for prosperity, which a number of countries in the region are involved in as well.
Yeah, I think that's a very important point. That I apologize, I didn't give the CPTPP its full acronym, but I think that comprehensive and progressive and Trans-Pacific Partnership, that does deal with some of these issues of investment and services. It's a deeper agreement than RCEP. I think RCEP is great as a start, but I think if you can get more countries involved in a deep agreement that encourages opening up services and investment, I think these countries would benefit from that.
Okay. Can I add, by the way, that I call it the TPP? It became the CPTPP right at the end because of Canada's domestic process. So I'll keep calling it the TPP, and it's much easier off the tongue as well. So I think we're probably coming to the end of this session. Latifa Haider, did you want to add anything at this point?
Maybe just to share again some observations. I think they perhaps some realization maybe on the US part on the blunt tool that they have deployed with regards to the protectionist measure, because recently at the ASEAN summit, President Joe Biden actually mentioned that the relationship between ASEAN and US is actually one of a competition, perhaps a competitive relationship rather than a conflict. This is just to highlight because ASEAN also, I think President Jokowi actually mentioned not to use ASEAN countries as a proxy and in relation with regards to US trade China. So there's also potentially a little bit of realization and recognition of the impact or non-impact of this restrictive regulation and higher tariffs on this, and again, just to respond to Bruce, actually, President Trudeau mentioned that Canada have a big role to play in CPTPP, but that statement was dismissed by New Zealand, so saying that, well, I don't believe that Canada plays such a big role in TPP. This is part of the conversations during the ASEAN summit. But yeah, there's also some political economy dimensions all relates to how this supply chains and trades are also arranged. So yeah, let me close with that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. So David, last word from you, and let me again thank you for a paper that's rich in data and solid foundation for this discussion.
I just want to say, I mean, I really appreciate all the comments, but I particularly take note of the, some of the environmental issues, the Europeans potentially coming in with a carbon border adjustment and what that might do, and also the point about critical minerals. So I got some good advice from you, from both the discussant and from the moderator. So thank you.
Thanks very much, David. Okay, so if we can move on to our next session, and our speaker is Mary E. Lovely, who is the Anthony M. Solomon Senior Fellow at the Peterson Institute. So Mary is also the Library of Congress Chair in US-China Relations with the Kluge Center at the Library of Congress. She is Professor Emeritus of Economics at Syracuse University's Maxwell School of Citizenship and Public Affairs, where she was Melvin A. Eggers. There's a lot of middle initials in all this, isn't there? Melvin A. Eggers, Economics Faculty Scholar from 2010 to April 2022. She was co-editor of the China Economic Review during the period 2011 to 2015. So Professor Lovely, if we could pass over to you, please, Mary.
Thank you very much, Bruce, and thank you for sticking with all the middle initials. I'm going to share screen. I believe that my paper is very complementary to David's paper, and I think that we will see some common themes emerging, although the papers are somewhat different. I've titled my paper Manufacturing Supply Chains on the Move, New Opportunities for Developing Asia, because I am focused here on how supply chains, particularly I'm going to look mostly at exports, how manufacturing exports market shares have moved over time. And part of the motivation for this paper is, or has been, my frustration with headlines, not only in the US, also in sort of global papers, such as Nikkei, the South China Post, the Financial Times, basically confirming that supply chains are moving, that manufacturing is in fact reshoring to the US. Many of these reports, I think, are inaccurate because they're largely reflecting what has happened post-COVID and largely reflect changes that have to do with new industries. So it's not the reshoring or reassignment of old supply chains, it's new supply chains, like, for example, importantly, batteries for EVs or investment in the US for EVs. Having said that, manufacturing in the US is up from where it was before the pandemic. But when we dig deeper into the data, we find that the industry that has created the most jobs in the United States is in fact food manufacturing. So it's really hard to see how that is a result of geopolitical trends. So I believe largely that the common perceptions on these types of supply chain movements are ill-informed, and it's time for some data. So I was very happy to see David's presentation, and I hope that my presentation can also provide some simple analytics to kind of guide the popular perception of what's happening. Okay, first slide, please. So, I mean, we all know that manufacturing has been an important rung on the ladder of development for many countries over time. It's important for job creation, urbanization, and hopefully some technology transfer. So linkages to global markets are important for developing countries. They're seen as an opportunity to expand their local manufacturing sectors. Reports such as the World Bank Development Report from 2019 highlight literature showing that links to global value chains can boost growth, raise local capabilities of local firms, and reduce poverty. However, that it's also highlighted there and in other papers and institutions like the ADB that global value chain participation can also bring new problems and risks for developing countries. Rapid development can often outpace local ability to manage change. It can increase local pollution emissions, and it can raise premiums for skilled workers and generate local inequality. These are all problems that China underwent as its manufacturing share rose rapidly. And by the way, China's manufacturing share has been declining for some time now. So it's moved past the point that many countries aspire to, which is to be on the upward side of manufacturing as a share of GDP. Next slide, please. So I have focused on what I see as the two main driving factors, the two main factors driving movements in supply chains. And one is just changes in the relative cost of manufacturing. And by relative cost, I mean to be very inclusive here, not just wages, also land costs, regulatory costs, investment restrictions, trade restrictions, et cetera. And I'll try to pin down a few of those in a minute. And secondly, the kinds of changes that we talk about a lot, at least in the United States, but I think more globally, which are ongoing trade policy changes, in particular the US-China trade war, geopolitical tensions, and also we should add natural factors like climate change, environmental disruptions, and other shocks that have hit global value chains over the last 5 years. Next slide, please. So what I'm going to do is first identify some main drivers of supply chain movements. I'm going to consider changes in country characteristics along looking specifically at these factors. I'm going to do that over time. I'm going to examine changes in global manufacturing export shares. So that's the main thing we're going to do in this paper. And we're going to do it only for a subset of developing countries. This is a subset of countries which have really some non-atomistic share of exports. So countries that provide at least 1% of global exports in a variety of categories of goods. So only looking at manufacturing in a subset of countries. I will, toward the end, do a deeper dive just on the US market and then on the electronics sector to try to tease out what the geopolitics and US-China trade tensions may be doing, locating them also, as David did, in the electronics sector or tech sector. And lastly, I just identify some challenges for developing countries that are linking or hoping to link into global value chains. Next slide, please. So just we looked at a set of factors that are suggested by the literature on the location of foreign direct investment. And we know from this literature that some local characteristics are very important drivers of inward FDI. Of course, wages is one of those. And here we just provide data on average monthly earnings as a proxy for manufacturing wages. Such a series on just manufacturing wages was not available for all these countries over time. And we look here at 3 different years, 2010, 2015, and 2019. And what we see are wages are increasing in most countries, but wages are increasing basically everywhere, but several countries have seen wages grow the most quickly. And that includes China. China's wages now exceed most of its middle income, I'll call them competitors or peers. We can see clearly that China has become, at least in terms of labor costs, an expensive place for global value chains to locate. Next slide. A good thing is that many countries, many alternative sites have workforces with average years of schooling similar to or exceeding that of China. So here we've normalized in each of these 3 years, everyone's average year of schooling by the Chinese level. So China is equal to 1 here in all 3 years. And that gives us an easy way to visualize the education level obtained in other economies in comparison to China. And we can see that Indonesia, the Philippines, Vietnam, Brazil, Malaysia, Mexico, Thailand, Turkey, these countries all have average years of schooling that exceed China. So there are other locations out there with educated workforces. Next slide. The investment climate is better in some countries than others. Here again, we're normalizing everything to the Chinese level, and we're using as a measure of investment climate the OECD's FDI restrictiveness index. And we see here higher values reflect more barriers. So for example, the Philippines has a higher FDI restrictiveness index, as does Indonesia and Thailand. And these are countries where FDI is restrictions on inward FDI are viewed as more severe than they are in China. However, there's a number of countries that score better on the OECD restrictiveness index relative to China, including Vietnam, Brazil, and Mexico, Turkey. Next slide. Tariffs have risen, however, in many countries relative to China. And again, we're normalizing the average manufacturing tariff for a variety of countries relative to China. China is equal to 1 in all of these 3 years. And we see that tariffs, manufacturing tariffs are rising or have risen, particularly between 2015 and 2019 in Bangladesh, India, Pakistan, Brazil. And yet for many other countries, they remain at or lower than that obtaining in China, including in Vietnam, the Philippines, and Turkey. One reason why tariffs have increased, manufacturing tariffs have increased, is that many countries are fearful of import surges from China. So in fact, we've seen many of these increases in tariffs as a way for countries to protect their domestic industries against what they fear would be overwhelming competition from Chinese sellers. Next slide, please. Many countries have maintained competitiveness, at least competitiveness as measured by the World Economics Forum Competitiveness Index. And again, we're expressing this relative to China. Malaysia in particular scores very highly on the WEF Competitiveness Index. But countries basically have maintained their position and largely have indexes that are between 80% or 100% of the Chinese level. Next slide. Countries in the region and elsewhere have been active in terms of negotiating and signing new trade agreements that promote linkages among sets of countries. Here we see 3 of these countries are members already of the CPTPP: Vietnam, Malaysia, and Mexico. China is an applicant. Many of these countries are members of the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, and some are part of other notable agreements. In particular for Mexico, which I've included here in this set of countries, it is part of the free trade agreement with US and Canada. And clearly its trade patterns reflect not only its geographic proximity, but also this special relationship with US and Canada. Next slide, please. So all of these factors suggest that there are some very attractive sites outside of China for investment. And the next question we ask in the paper is, are we seeing FDI flows to countries other than China? China has for quite some time now been the largest recipient of FDI in the developing world. And here we see, interestingly, I'm going to point your attention just to two lines here. The bright yellow, which is China, and it shows you that China had a very big year in 2020 when the rest of the world was dealing with COVID, but even in 2021 received 20% of the total world foreign direct investment flows. Interestingly, however, developing economies in Asia other than China, which is the red line, are receiving almost the same share. So FDI, foreign investors are clearly responding to these opportunities. Next slide. Now I'm going to look at trade shares by country group, and I hope you'll bear with me on my new acronyms. I am based out of DC right now, so we have to have some acronyms. China is going to be mainland China, Hong Kong, and Macau. Lower middle income Asia, LMIA, is Bangladesh, Cambodia, India, Indonesia, Pakistan, Philippines, and Vietnam. Upper middle income Asia is Malaysia and Thailand. And here I'm using the World Bank income classifications. And the last group is upper middle income, not Asia. And that is Brazil, Mexico, and Turkey. The set of countries that we have chosen, as I mentioned before, are those that account for 1% of world exports in any subcategory of goods. These categories I will describe shortly. There are many other countries that do export, but their export shares are really minimal and do not drive the trends that I'm going to present. Next slide, please. So low middle income Asia, it has been getting a rising share of the flow. The black line here is China, of course, and we see there's some movement, but basically China has tended to receive more than 200 billion US dollars of FDI inflow per year for quite some time, but this just shows from 2010. However, if we look at what's happening here, we see that lower middle income Asia has been increasing its FDI inflow as well. This red line is upper middle income, not Asia, and is largely accounted for by changes in flows to Mexico. Next slide. Now I'm going to look at export shares, and I'm going to break exports into 4 groups using the UNCTAD manufactured good classification by degrees of manufacturing. And we decided that this was a useful way to look at the trade data. Of course, we could pick certain products or HS codes, but I think this grouping is particularly useful because for the following reason: we expect that changes in the pattern of trade will be driven by comparative advantage, and particularly by relative factor endowments. So based on the Heckscher-Samuelson theory, we would note that 2 things are very important for the pattern of trade. One is relative factor endowments, and the other is relative intensity of production of different goods. And the UNCTAD degrees of manufacturing division is a useful way of organizing information, because the classification here is based mainly on the factor intensity of the production process. Now, it doesn't mean that this classification is perfect. Most importantly, the classification is too broad to pick up factor intensity differences across production fragments within value chains. So for example, when we take, for example, the creation of a cell phone, we know that assembly is much more labor intensive than the creation of, say, camera modules or even the embedded semiconductors. But nevertheless, we find this a useful way of organizing information. And we're going to look at export shares, global export shares in these 4 groups of products. Next slide, please. The first group of products is what's called labor-intensive and resource-intensive manufacturers. And examples of goods in this category include furniture, textiles, and shoes. And we know that as wages have risen in China, some of these activities have moved to places with lower wages. Can we find that in the data? These are things that we believe. Do we see it in the data? And the answer is we can to some extent. We can clearly see here that as the share of, sorry, my notes are different than what I'm seeing here. So let me just say that what we can see here is a very consistent increase in the share that's going to lower middle income Asia. Surprisingly, despite this dip in the export share from China, China has maintained its position largely and still contributes more than 30% of the export share of labor-intensive and resource-intensive manufacturers. I would say a good example of one product that has shifted in this category is furniture, which has moved to a country that David named off in Vietnam. Next slide, please. The second group is low-skilled, tech-intensive manufacturers, and this includes steel and iron, motorcycles, boats, and railway cars. And here we don't see a whole lot of movement. Lower middle income Asian countries have gained a presence in these goods, but only to a small extent. Their share of global exports rose from 4% in 2012 to 6% in 2020. China has maintained its dominance in this category and continues to provide a very large share, more than a quarter, more than 1/5 of global exports. Next slide, please. Medium-skilled, tech-intensive manufacturers. This is an interesting group. It includes industrial supplies, mechanical equipment, automobiles, and power generating equipment. There's basically been very little movement in who is providing global exports in this category. If anything, we just see the continuing dominance of China in the category and some uptick in the upper middle income non-Asian countries here with this red line, and that is largely due to North American motor vehicle trade and involving Mexico. Next slide. So the last category is of great interest. It's high-tech, high-skill, high-tech manufacturers. And this would include computers, communications devices like cell phones, televisions, lots of goods with complicated value chains, but also many lower skill-intensive or less skill-intensive fragments. It's interesting to note here that despite changes in wages and relative shifts in its competitors, China has maintained its share here over the last 10 years. We do, however, see some movement, particularly with an increase in lower middle income Asian countries who have gained share from about 3% to over 5% of global exports. So perhaps we see here something of the China plus one strategy that we know that many corporations and multinational firms are beginning to put in place. Next slide, please. Looking just clearly at electronics, which here we've defined as Harmonized System Chapter 85, which would include cell phones and computers. We see China's dominance. More than 30% of these products are exported by China, but also the growing role of lower middle income Asia, which is now almost up to, is above 7%. So we're seeing the dispersion of these fragments within the ASEAN region. Okay, I'll try to finish up quickly. Next slide. US import shares. We also dig down into just what happened with the US. And I think this particular slide is interesting. This is labor intensive and resource intensive manufacturers. You can see here on the left side, this is US imports. The right side is the rest of the world's imports. And interestingly, you do see a break in trend with the US-China trade war. Here, a big uptick in lower middle income Asia's share of US imports. And again, a good part of that has to do with things like furniture, which shifted from China to other parts of ASEAN. Okay, next slide. Let's go to the next slide. I'm going to, in the interest of time, I'm going to move just to one that I think is particularly interesting. One more slide, thank you, which is high skilled manufacturers. And here, as in the labor intensive, resource intensive group, you see a break here following imposition of US tariffs in 2018, 2019, China's share precipitously declining, and the share of US imports coming from lower middle income Asia increasing. And we could do the econometrics, but it's pretty clear, I think, that we see a break in the series. Next slide, please. So in answer to the question, are supply chains moving? I believe there's longer term changes in relative costs that have favored low middle income Asian developing countries, especially in labor intensive and resource intensive manufacturers. These countries are also gaining global share of high skill, tech intensive manufacturers. And this particularly is fragments of global value chains. And lastly, geopolitical tensions have altered supply chains, but mainly those serving the US market directly. And these tensions tend to amplify the movements that were already happening based on relative costs. Next slide, please. So just in concluding, we are working on this part of the paper in thinking about the challenges for the receiving countries. Rapid inflows of investment and foreign activity do challenge local governmental capacity. It's a need for new regulation, new legislation, enforcement, enhancement, and even new policies to resist corruption. There's also rapid increases for infrastructure financing and construction. We may find regulatory systems that are lagging the investment inflows, giving foreign investors somewhat of an advantage in setting the terms for the investment. And lastly, and importantly, labor market regulation and enforcement may be challenged as countries receive a large inflow of factory-based employment that they have previously not had much experience with. So we will be discussing some of the challenges at the end of the paper, and I look forward to hearing from my discussant. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. That was terrific. Again, another paper which complements our first paper, but introduces some contrast and some nuance, which is important for us to understand, I think, what's happening in Southeast Asia in particular. So now we'll pass over to our discussant. It was going to be Elisabetta Gentile, our senior economist from the South Asia Department in the ADB, but she unfortunately can't join us today. So Dina Azgalieva from ABDI will share with us Elisabetta's comments and add her own at the same time. So Dina, if I could pass over to you, please.
Thank you very much, VP Bruce, for introduction. And thank you, Mary, lovely for excellent presentation. Yeah, so I had not much time to read your paper, to enjoy your paper. And also I just filled some of my gaps listening to your presentation. So if any errors, please excuse, because I had short notice to provide discussion, and I hope you find it useful. But don't worry, Elisabetta also provided kindly her discussion comments in the file, you're gonna get it. But video is gonna be done by me, and this is my comment. So I think you're getting two discussions instead of one like other papers. Okay, so let me start. First of all, intriguing title. I think everyone would agree. If I was a policymaker from developing Asia, I would like, yes, I need to read this paper, because all policymakers from developing Asia, I think, always looking for opportunities, how to join this global value chain, how to developing manufacturing, right? Everyone wants to increase production. So the objective of the paper, also clearly written in introduction, to understand to which extent developing Asia has increased participation in manufacturing supply, which is very important, of course, for developing Asia manufacturing, and also to very ambitious objective to locate opportunities for developing Asia, seeking deeper integration into global supply chain. So the second one particularly is very, I think, ambitious and very important objective. So that would attract readers. So the data which Professor Lovely used, it's a trade and FDI data. You just seen some graphics. So, and the annual data was used. I really like that it's recent data, including 2021. So that allows us to see COVID-19 period as well, which was disrupted. And the region is perfect for ADBI as ADBI staff. Of course, developing Asia, it's excellent for us, because always lack of research for developing Asia. So that's why it's great filling the gap in the literature. The strength of the paper, I would like to start with strength. So very attractive title, as I said. I think authors know how. Sometimes I'm struggling with title, but I think authors have very good skill in developing paper title. Especially attractive, as I said, for policymakers from developing Asia. So will be, I think, no problem with attention. Objectives is clearly written, and also again highly relevant. No comments on objective, on title. It's fine. Data also excellent. Recent, that it's recent. I like it because it's include COVID-19 period. Because what if you include very old data in research, policymakers might think, oh, maybe the picture is very different now, so it's not relevant anymore, right? What happened in let's say early 2000s, developing Asia completely different now. Yeah, so most, I think, people will be interested in recent years because the picture is very different now. But I have some suggestions for improvements, and I hope you find them useful in order to help you to improve paper. So in introduction, I would suggest to add clearly the contribution of the paper to existing literature. I am not familiar with this global value supply chain literature, so I cannot say exactly, but I think this part should be clearly written. And also please add explanation and motivation for the structure of the paper. Like usually, you know, papers written like at the end, this is the structure of the paper, section 2 is about this, section 3 about this. So the readers, you know, especially policymakers, readers are very busy, and sometimes they don't have time to read the whole paper. But understanding the structure of the paper then will allow them to understand which section they need to read first focus, because many people don't read from beginning to the end, right? Some people start from the end and they look at particular section. So that will help them, I think, to understand why this paper structured this way. Are you missing something or not missing this paper, not missing? That's my suggestion. So for methodology, actually, I would suggest to include a section on methodology and to develop this section. Now for the section 5, I think this is the most important and attractive section. Why? Because many readers, sometimes they're busy, they start reading from the end. Okay, I just want a summary of the paper, right? Like that. So I heard many times from government as well that they say they're very busy and what they just want a summary. And they're not interested so much sometimes, especially policymakers, not interested in methodology, data. Yeah, so they just want to jump straight to conclusions and policy recommendations. So I suggest in section 5 to add conclusion, like a summary of the paper, and to more details into policy recommendations. Also, please, I suggest to add limitations and suggestions for future studies. So for policy recommendations, what I often hear from government, they want as specific, as detailed policy recommendations as possible. So for them, easy to understand, because it may be recommendations easy to understand for us, but when government will read, sometimes it's hard for them to understand. So they usually ask, okay, so if you recommend this, which country have done it, which country we can look at this as an example, and if this policy will work or not work, under what circumstances, what we need to be careful about. Because when government propose policy, they have to put like what will be cost, what will be the benefit, right? So they need to understand, because every policy have advantages and disadvantages, right? And have issues, and not every policy will work. Actually, often when I worked for government, most cases for policy which I worked, they didn't work. So I think for countries need to understand where the risks they're going to face and how to make this policy work, because simply saying, okay, this country used this policy, especially when used by European Union or US, each country have different circumstances, like you showed, this labor different. So I think they should understand if policy applicable for their country and how to make it work, how to make it successful, because many policies, developing Asia struggling with successful implementations. Yeah, so many policies don't work as they expected. So how to make this policy successful? So that was my suggestion for policy recommendations, to make them as detailed as possible. So this is comments I often hear from government. And also please match what you promise in introduction or abstract, you provide it in conclusion. So everything included in that part, what promised in introduction, included in conclusion part, not only in other sections. Okay, so I think that's it. The other slides is like minor comments. You can look at that like later, no need now. So thank you very much. Yeah, I highly enjoyed your presentation. And also, as I said, I'm not a big expert on global value chain, but when I did study in my country on the supply chain, we found that actually many policies succeeded in increasing added value on technologies which doesn't require, like, not high technologies, which like easy to produce, but they didn't succeed on technologies which is like high added value and so on. So I think that need to be separated, because maybe when you compare countries like China and so on, maybe People's Republic of China doing great in terms of high technology, right? Maybe high because they're producing smartphones, right? Not every country can say that. But other countries, if you add, maybe they are more like simple technologies, which not so so high tech, not so much value added. Maybe they produce larger amount but smaller added value technologies. And also, I recently read The Economies. They actually said that People's Republic of China outperformed for the first time many countries in number of innovations and patents. Yeah, so I think simply looking at the number of the trade inflow or value or trade flow might not show the value added of which technology. Is it high tech, or is it like some low skilled labor technology? Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Dr. Azgelalieva, for those comments. Professor Lovely, you might want to respond to those comments in due course, but if I could begin by asking a question. I was really quite interested in the data you presented on the increased share of high tech, high skill exports, which seem to be largely a US story. So I'm inclined to interpret that as, in particular, a sort of China +1 impact, and in large part perhaps centered on Vietnam. Would I be wrong? I think you're on mute.
Sorry, yeah. Unmute. So no, I think
you're back on mute.
Sorry, I tried to unmute and I'm still muted. I think Bruce, you are right. However, we do see an increase in the share from low middle income Asian countries of these goods going to the rest of the world as well.
Right.
So it's not just a story about the supply chains to the US. I think we're seeing movement of these products to ASEAN countries and then to the world. Some of that may be, the US is demanding this, or it's not safe to have everything in China anymore because of what the US might do. And we can also serve some other locations. So, one example is Samsung, predating, I believe, the US-China trade war, moved its cell phone assembly to Vietnam. And it no longer assembles in China and serves the rest of the world from there. So it exports. Obviously, it still has inputs that are coming from China to Vietnam and therefore embedded in those phones. But so I would say, yes, that's an important part of the story, but it's not the only part of the story.
Okay, so leading on from that, there's a Southeast Asia, rest of the world story. But you are pointing in your paper to the challenges around regulation for countries in the region, and so I just want to unpick that a little bit. In some areas, of course, the region has to cope with differing standards and different approaches. So between European, Chinese, and American standards of one sort or another. They're also involved in pieces of regional architecture that are quite important. So what's the challenge there for the region in how it can ensure that it's both providing the right regulatory settings for investment, for the development of economic activity, and in particular for higher value economic activity, and providing the right sort of connections globally for the region. How do you see that shaping up as a challenge for the region?
Well, I think we are seeing countries to some extent voting with their feet a little bit as to which regional agreements they move into. So when we're thinking about Vietnam, it has joined CPTPP, which has relatively high standards, and it has benefited in ways that we might not appreciate because there's been very little backlash to the movement into Vietnam. I was afraid that there would be some because the US-Vietnam trade deficit widened. And we know that there's always a group within the US that uses that as a measure of the gains from trade, even though it is clearly not. But other than that, they have not. And yet, if you visit Vietnam, you know how quickly factories moved into Vietnam, even prior to the US-China trade war. And I'm thinking here particularly of sportswear, footwear, furniture. And of course, then we had a lot more of electronic supply chains moving in with the trade war and deepening of the movements in other areas that were already underway. You can see how quickly these might overwhelm a country's ability to inspect factories, regulate, enforce local, for example, fire regulations, overcrowding of buildings, et cetera. So those are the kinds of things that I was thinking of. And I totally agree with Dina. This is the part of the paper that we've continued to work on to try to flesh out and come up with a better match of what our aspirations were for this part of the paper, but also to create some concrete examples for policymakers of the type of actions that need to be taken. So where we have a Vietnam and CPTPP, we have many other countries that are part of RCEP. It does not have the same level of environmental and labor standards as part of the agreement. And so for these countries, the challenges will be different. We're not seeing their share of global exports increasing to the same extent. I'm not trying to draw any causal connection between that. That may be a reason why these countries chose not to join or try to join other arrangements at this time. But more broadly, I think I'll give thought to your question for sure, Bruce. I think it's exactly the right question to ask. When we look at these data, I think we see, this makes sense. The world doesn't change that quickly, but it is changing. And we now can see the way in which it was changing. And hopefully we can provide some perspectives for policymakers to maybe get a little bit ahead of what I see as these continuing movement.
Thank you. Perfect note for us as we reach the end. So is there anything, Professor, you wanted to add in respect to Dr. Azgaliyeva's comments?
Yes, I wanted to thank Dina for stepping in on last minute and for her thoughtful comments on the paper. I absolutely think she's located areas where we still need to work on the paper, and I thank her for motivating us to work harder on the policy recommendations part of the paper. I think, as I said early in my presentation, I was motivated partly out of a frustration of what I think is kind of a silly story that's being told, that all of a sudden things are reshoring to the US and there's all this movement, completely ignoring the changes that have already been happening in ASEAN and the progress that's being made in ASEAN. And I hope that with these comments, I can really try to bring that to fruition and have the paper be helpful to policymakers in the region. So thank you, Dina, for your comments.
Okay, well, thanks very much for that, Mary and Dina, Professor and Doctor. So I think we've reached the conclusion of this session. We're run a little bit over time, but we've had two fantastic speakers and discussants to contribute to this discussion. I note from the poll, from those of you who have responded, identify agriculture and machinery as the two key areas, and that perhaps doesn't surprise me in particular. Just generally, I think the two speakers have given us a really interesting perspective to remind us that the world doesn't change easily overnight, that several decades of economic transformation do provide a level of continuity, and the macroeconomics of that shift in global production and economic activity can't be ignored, whatever the other discussion and politics of the situation. And no doubt geopolitics is becoming more complex and has some level of impact. But there's both continuity and change ahead of us. And the change is very important for this region of the world, in particular, where you look at the opportunity for economic advancement and progress in the region. Some interesting things are beginning to happen. We're seeing FDI shift. We're seeing economic activity in different places. We're seeing exports grow globally. That will present significant challenges for the region. And in particular, for me, it really does underline the work that ADB does, not only in equipping the region with support and advice around things like education, but in particular in the work it does on regional cooperation and integration. The region needs to have its act together. It needs to be well engaged and well prepared to engage around the governance, the regulations, and the framework for international trade. And that will be a challenge. In each of the plurilateral and multilateral agreements, the voice that the region has and how it advances the right sort of economic settings for its engagement globally, I think is a really important area of work and something that the ADB is quite conscious of. So if I could thank our two distinguished speakers for their contribution, and to ABDI for its hosting of this event. And with that, I'll leave you and go and enjoy the rest of Bonifacio Day here in Manila. Cheers, everybody.
Thanks to ADBI.
Okay, so let me start with introduction of our first presenter for the paper Professor Richard Toll kindly agreed to write a paper for this event and to present it. Professor Toll is a professor at the Department of Economics, University of Sussex, and the professor of climate change, Institute of Environmental Studies, Department of Spatial Economics in Amsterdam, and also research fellow in Tinbergen Institute, CESE4, and the Payne Institute for Public Policy. Okay, he is elected member of the European Academy. Also, he was formerly a research professor at the Economic and Social Institutes Research Institute in Dublin. And Michael Otto, Professor of Sustainability and Global Change at Hamburg University, and an adjunct professor, Department of Engineering and Public Policy, Carnegie Mellon University at Pittsburgh, United States. Professor Richard Toll will present his paper on navigating the energy trilemma during geopolitical and environmental crisis. Very timely paper. Professor Richard Toll, the floor is yours.
Thank you. It's an honor and pleasure to be here, even though only in silico. As the chair announced, I'll be talking about the energy trilemma and, in the time of geopolitical and environmental crises. The hesitation that you see is me trying to rearrange my screen so that I can see you as well as what I'm saying. I'll be first talking about energy security, which is the topic of today, and how we can measure it and what it really is. And then I'll be speaking about geopolitics and finally about climate policy. That's the plan. It's very early for me, so I'll be a little bit hesitant, more hesitant than normal in my formulation. So what is the energy trilemma? It's fairly simple. We want our energy to be cheap, reliable, and clean. That is the ultimate aim. And it's actually fairly easy to meet one of these goals, to have cheap energy or reliable energy or clean energy. But it's much harder to have two of these goals, to have cheap and reliable or cheap and clean energy. And it's almost impossible to have all three. There are real trade-offs here. This is typically depicted as a triangle. As you can see here, and the task of policymakers is to navigate this triangle and strike those trade-offs. The issue of energy security really combines the two bottom criteria that you see here. Secure energy has to be reliable and cheap. Now, some people present the energy trilemma as one of the angles of the energy trilemma as secure energy rather than reliable energy, and replace cheap with equitable, which I think goes to show that they don't fully understand microeconomics. That just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But I'm going to talk about security of energy, and by that I mean both reliable and cheap. So what is energy security? As I said, it's about two of the three dimensions of the energy trilemma, and there's two components to that. The first is energy reliability, and that is, I think, a physical concept. It is really about whether there is sufficient energy, whether there's sufficient electricity. So is there just enough supply, and whether that energy can reach the client, because there may be transmission lines may be down or transport routes may be blocked. The second dimension of energy security is an economic concept, and that is the question whether or not energy is affordable. In richer countries, can the consumer pay the energy bill? Can they afford to pay it? In poorer countries, it's not so much whether they can pay, but whether they are part of the market. It may be that in certain areas, the concentration of poor people is so high the energy companies do not bother to supply them with electricity or with modern fuels. Which you can sort of see, well, if the grid connection isn't there, then they don't have physical access to it, but there is no technical reason why the grid connection could not be there and is really not there for economic reasons rather than for physical reasons. So I think it's fairly intuitive that these are the two concepts of energy security, reliability, and affordability. And the two key indicators are, is it there? Is the energy there? And if it's there, can I afford to buy it? Now, in the literature, there are hundreds of indicators for energy security. Many of them are proxies. There's one paper out there that has 318 alternative indicators. But I think it actually helps to think of it in a more intuitive sort of way, answering the two questions that I have. And the World Bank is probably furthest in collecting indicators for energy security. And they show both indicators for both reliability and for affordability. And for reliability, you can look up such indicators as the number of outages, electricity, or the number of companies or the share of production of those companies experiencing those outages. Now, the World Bank indicators are very much focused on electricity, but you can think of similar indicators for the oil supply, the number of oil fields that are out for maintenance or natural disasters or something like that. Or, of course, coming to the second theme of my talk, the oil fields that are under legal sanction. The World Bank also presents indicators for affordability. Counting the number of people in fuel poverty would be one. That's actually not a World Bank indicator, because the World Bank is very much focused on poorer countries. So you can look up the number of people with access to electricity. In richer countries, it's not so much that people are not connected to the electricity grid, but that they cannot afford to pay the electricity bill, or that they pay quite large amounts relative to their income. And you find indicators for that in most developed countries, and that would be the number of people in fuel poverty. Again, the focus here is very much on electricity, but you could, of course, also just count the number of people with access to modern fuels. There's very few people who have no access to energy whatsoever, but that would be traditional energy like wood and dung, and of course muscle power, to which almost all of us have access. There's also by now a very large literature looking at the implications of insecure energy supply, either unreliable or unaffordable energy. And that literature shows that it matters, and it matters a great deal for macro aggregates such as overall economic growth, but also for a whole range of more micro indicators such as schooling and healthcare, and gender relations within households, and so on and so forth. These things really matter for a whole bunch of things that we really care about. Now, measuring the reliability and affordability of energy exposed after the fact is relatively straightforward. And as I said, there's a whole bunch of indicators there. Of course, as policymakers, people are much more interested in predicting these things and hopefully finding ways to prevent bad things from happening, to make energy more affordable, to have more people with access to energy, and to make the energy supply more reliable. And predicting is simply hard because it's about the future. I give you one example here that you see in the slogan displayed at the bottom right of your screen. We've all been following the current situation in Iran. Iran, of course, has been under sanction for a very long time now, and therefore cannot export its oil or export it illegally, at least according to us, illegally. If you want to know the oil market, in the developments in the oil market over the next year or so, you need to be able to predict whether or not the regime in Iran will fall and sanctions will be lifted. And that is simply a very difficult thing to do. Closer in time, the European Union, as well as the G7, are discussing new sanctions on Russian exports of oil. And they are supposed to take effect on Monday. But at the time of speaking, or at least the last time I checked, it was yesterday, people hadn't agreed what those sanctions would be. This, of course, immediately affects the supply of oil, but now speaking on Wednesday, we don't know really what will happen on Monday. So forecasting the future is hard, definitely for the longer term future, but also sometimes in the very short run. Which leads me to the second theme, and that is what has geopolitics to do with all of this. The supply of fossil fuels is spatially concentrated. You find oil fields in many countries, but if you look at the really big ones, then they're really concentrated in a few countries, in a few places. The Arabian Desert is one, Siberia is another big supply of oil. And furthermore, there are bottlenecks in transport. Because the oil supply is spatially concentrated, the demand for oil is all over the world. You need to do a lot of shipping, and that shipping tends to go to fairly narrow places like the Strait of Hormuz or the Straits of Malacca. And that immediately implies that if something goes wrong at those locations of locations of production, or those bottlenecks in transport, then it affects the whole world. Because the supply of fossil fuels is so concentrated and so restricted, oil is really scarce, as well as other sources of energy, you create what economists would call monopoly rents or oligopoly rents. And that's always bad for the consumer. But by now there's also plenty of empirical and theoretical evidence that those monopoly rents are do not just abuse the consumers, but are also the source of all sorts of other bad things going on, particularly corruption in the place of production, as well as people fighting over access or control of those monopoly rents. But because the demand is global, those conflicts that may arise, people fighting over oil fields or arguing over oil fields, though that local unrest that may result because of this or for other reasons that are completely unrelated to the supply of energy, those things have global consequences. And what we have seen, and that's the third point that you see here, is more than a century of foreign powers trying to intervene in those locales of production, particularly for oil. I've seen that in Indonesia, in Iraq, in Iran, in Saudi Arabia, and so on and so forth. Foreign powers trying to intervene to quell the local unrest, sometimes successfully for a short while, but creating problems in the long run, and sometimes particularly unsuccessfully and creating more problems in the short run as well as in the long run. And all of this is fairly well documented. I don't need to I don't need to tell you about these. Another thing that has emerged in more recent years is that oil money is so generous, that the oil barons are so rich that they're actually seeking to prevent foreign intervention and actually trying to actively influence those potential foreign interventions, which of course creates yet another complication in the whole geopolitical feedback on the energy supply. And examples are, of course, the Russian oligarchs trying to influence elections all across Europe and North America. And now the Arabs seem to have learned from this and trying to do the exact same thing in the United States and perhaps in the United Kingdom as well. So it is a fairly messy and complicated situation. There's no easy way out. In the long run, however, climate policy may help there. So we worry about climate change, and there is an international goal to stabilize the climate. Now, because of the workings of the carbon cycle, that means that net emissions of carbon dioxide will have to go to zero. We simply cannot afford, we simply cannot add more CO2 to the atmosphere because that will inevitably lead to climate change. Now, that is generally accepted. I would contend that if you want to go for net zero emissions, you need to go for gross zero emissions, and that is because of the economics and politics of taking CO2 out of the atmosphere or carbon capture and storage. That is the sort of activity that will always come at a cost. If climate change is stopped, it is very hard to defend that we're continuing to suck CO2 out of the atmosphere or prevent CO2 from fossil combustion into entering the atmosphere through carbon capture and storage. And those things will always be costly, but if climate no longer changes, then we cannot justify that cost. And therefore, the only way to get to net zero is to go to gross zero, that is to replace all fossil fuels by renewables, hydro power, and nuclear. So the implication of stabilization of climate is internationally agreed in 1992 in the Rio Convention, the United Nations Convention. United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change essentially means that in some future there will be no more burning of fossil fuels, period. Now, that has various implications for energy security. In the long run, this should improve reliability of the energy supply for the very simple reason that solar and wind power are much more diffuse than fossil fuels. So the whole problems of geophysical concentration, of spatial concentration of the energy supply, and the consequence of that, the bottlenecks in transport, they will simply disappear. And with that, all the monopoly rents and all the fighting over the monopoly rents and the abuse of those monopoly rents for political and military exploits. Now, so those problems will simply disappear if climate policy is successful. Now, some people say, well, but really what you're doing is replacing a scarce supply of fossil fuels with a scarce supply of rare earths. And some people would say, well, also there's an issue of capital because renewables are much more capital intensive than fossil fuels. I don't think that is true because this issue of capital and rare earths have to do with new energy supply, new renewables, new solar, new wind, but not with the operation of those things. And the same is true, by the way, for batteries. So yes, it may be that bottlenecks in the supply of rare earths will temporarily stop the expansion of renewables, but it will not stop the operation of renewables. So the things that we have will just continue to work as we think they should. If the trends in energy prices that we've seen over the last couple of decades continue, wind power has become considerably cheaper. than it was only a few decades ago, and the progress in solar power has been even more impressive, and the progress in battery storage has become more impressive still. If those trends continue, then provided that climate policy is gradual and moderate, energy prices should go up by only a little bit, not by a whole lot. So there is also with climate policy in the very long run, and not a big issue with the affordability of energy. I don't believe that this will be a big concern. Now, that is true on the two conditions. One, it's true in the long run, but it also depends, of course, on how ambitious climate policy would be. And there are some concerns about that. Because at the moment, at least the rhetoric around climate policy is fairly aggressive. What we have seen is a lot of very hasty implementation of climate policy, particularly in Europe, but now also in the United States, where climate policy moves very fast and picks the sort of policy instruments, a lot of subsidies, a lot of very fragmented policy. That makes climate policy more expensive than it needs to be. And also sometimes we're moving too fast. And what you see in Europe at the moment is sort of a headlong rush into heat pumps for electrification of home heating at a time when that technology is not really mature enough, and at a time when the building stock really is not ready for this. And that just makes climate policy needlessly expensive. And that, of course, immediately affects the affordability of electricity. Another thing that we perhaps should worry about is long-term power storage. At the moment, we can store electricity for short periods of time, and we have enough capacity for that. But sometimes when there is a lull in the wind, it can last for weeks. We don't really have a solution for that at the moment, because we store electricity for 24 hours, but we simply do not have the capacity to store electricity for much longer than that. And that, of course, affects the reliability of the electricity supply. Another thing that people have begun worrying about is that if climate policy moves too fast, then we will strand assets. And you see that documented in these two graphs. What you're looking at is what would happen to CO2 emissions if we run our power plants to the end of their usual economic lifetime and operate them as we used to do. If we run our cars to the end of their economic lifetime and operate them the way we used to do, and so on and so forth. And then in the left graph, you're looking at how much CO2 would that emit per economic sector. And then on the right-hand side, you see the same thing, but now per country. The numbers are the same. And the so-called committed emissions in the year 2018 were around 850 billion tons of CO2. And if you compare that to how much CO2 we could emit if we want a decent chance of keeping the temperature at 1.5 degrees, that only runs to 500 or so billion tons of CO2. And we simply cannot afford to emit all that if we are serious about this goal. And of course, by now, this is a picture from 2018. By now, we actually have built and commissioned more coal-fired power plants than we had back then. So the budget has shrunk, and our committed emissions have grown since. Now, the implication of this is that if we're serious about these climate targets, then we need to strand assets. We need to shut things down before they reach the end of their economic lifetime, which sounds nice and abstract, but that essentially means that some investors will lose their shirt, right? And that is why the right-hand picture is there. You can also see where those investors will be. A lot of them will be in China. A lot of them will be in India, Indonesia, and so on and so forth. A lot of investors will lose their shirt, and that may lead to bankruptcies that, of course, will further reduce the reliability of the energy supply, and of course add costs to the consumers as well. So if climate policy moves too fast, we really have an issue there. And then there's another, perhaps the biggest issue, is that because of the European and North American emphasis on climate policy, what we have seen is that investment banks, like the World Bank, have, as well as a lot of commercial financiers, have stopped investing in particularly coal-fired electricity in poorer countries, without offering a clear alternative source of energy. And this, of course, has immediate implications for the supply of electricity in a lot of poorer countries, and of course immediately drives up the price of electricity and other forms of energy there. And this follows from a sometimes misplaced emphasis on climate policy at the expense of other worthwhile goals of development. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you for your attention.
Many thanks, Professor Toll. Excellent presentation. So for this paper, I would like to invite discussant who read this paper and kindly prepared discussion. Zhanna Kapsalyamova, she's assistant professor from Nazarbayev University in Kazakhstan. And she was working as a deputy director for Center for Macroeconomic Research and Quantitative Economic Modeling at the Economic Research Institute under Ministry for National Economy of Kazakhstan. She was also Fulbright visitor scholar at Massachusetts Institute of Technology and postdoctoral research associate at Masdar Institute of Science and Technology in the United Arabian Emirates. She holds her doctorate degree in economics from Christian Albrecht University of Kiel. And her research is mostly on energy economics, environmental economics, and computable general equilibrium modeling. Zhanna, please unmute yourself. You are muted. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. I guess there are some internet issues on my side. That's
okay. Let us share screen for you since you have internet issues.
Do you hear me now?
Yeah, you can keep your camera off and stop sharing because your internet is slow. Zhanna, please continue.
Yes, thank you very much, Dina. Thank you very much, organizers, for inviting me to serve as a discussant for a very interesting and very hot and a very interesting paper on a very hot topic that tackles the energy trilemma during geopolitical and environmental crisis. Thank you very much, Professor Toll, for writing a very interesting paper that is very, very actual, very topic, very much valid. We try to, yes. The paper discusses the energy from three different perspectives. From the perspective of affordability, reliability, and cleanliness. The paper addresses the following issues. First of all, it talks about the measurement issues that are present in this type of literature, in particular with respect to the indicators of energy security that are difficult to measure
this in particular energy reliability is difficult to measure, and also sometimes difficult to predict ex ante. The paper talks about the geopolitical issues and states that most of the energy is concentrated in very small places, and that creates a host of issues related to monopoly rents, corruption, and so on and so forth. And moreover, the problem is exacerbated with the presence of climate policy issues and transition risks. Although at the moment, many countries are transitioning to host of alternative energy sources such as solar and wind power. At the same time, they are not dispatchable. There are no technologies nowadays that can be used to store those type of energy. But as Professor Toll rightly mentioned, this is the issue that we are facing now. Maybe in the future, when we have more advanced technologies, that type of problems will be resolved. And with that, given that we still rely a lot on fossil fuels, transition to alternative sources of energy such as solar and wind will create a problem that's named in the literature stranding fossil fuel. So something has to be done regarding that questions too. So I have a couple of comments related to that to those arguments that are raised in the paper. Well, first of all, I liked very much the paper. It's very rigorous in the sense that it tries to address energy security from different perspectives. So it provides a multifaceted dimensioned approach. It also goes through a large number of reviews a large number of papers. So in that sense, it provides a very sound literature review. The paper, if I understand it right, attempts to provide a conceptual framework. So maybe in that sense would be also interesting to see what other types of energy security indicators could be proposed, because the ones that are offered now suffer from certain issues that are raised in the paper, such as measurement issues, for instance. So there are no a very good like one type of metric that would address the energy security from three dimensions at the same time. Maybe Professor Toll could come up with some additional insights that could help us navigate on those topics. The literature has plentiful there are plentiful studies that talk about different policy instruments, such as quantitative and price instruments. So maybe would be good if discussion could be added on the role of policies on that regard, how different policies could be used to incentivize transition to cleaner sources of energy, how to alleviate certain problems that are on the way to that path. Also, would be great to see your insights on the international agreements, the COP27, for instance, that took place in Egypt. What are the roles of policymakers on that regard? How we could cooperate on an international level? Of course, countries are voluntarily submitting their pledges in terms of reducing CO2 emissions and other greenhouse gases, but maybe further actions are required, as you have also mentioned in the paper, to ensure that we reach our climate targets of 1.5 degrees in the long run. And since we are in a Asia, in the conference organized by Asian Development Bank, it would be great to see how this research could impact the developing Asia and Pacific. So maybe further recommendations could be given to the policymakers in this region, so that the more efforts are coming from this region too. And finally, one question that I wanted to add here, but which is not listed here, what do you think about the role of nuclear energy, the future role of nuclear energy in the that could take place in organizing this transition to the clean sources of energy in the future? That's all from my side. Thank you very much for your very interesting paper. I appreciate, I really enjoyed the time when I read this paper, very interesting, very insightful. And yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Jana, very much. I can see you read the paper in detail and provided great comments. Thank you very much for that. Professor Toll, would you like to reply some of the comments by Jana?
I'd like to pick up on 2 points only for the sake of time. In reverse order, I indeed was silent about nuclear power, which is an oversight from my part, for which I apologize. Nuclear power has the advantage that it's, depending on who you believe, relatively cheap or relatively expensive, according to other people, but it's definitely almost free of carbon dioxide and actually from most other pollutants as well. So in that sense, it's a good and clean sort of energy, but it creates other security issues, and one of them is, of course, that it's again a very concentrated supply of electricity, with all the problems that come with concentrated supplies. And the other problem is the one of nuclear proliferation. If you can build and operate and run a nuclear power plant, then you can also build a dirty bomb, at least, and you may have the supplies for worse than that. The big issue in my mind with nuclear power and an expansion of nuclear power, definitely an expansion of nuclear power so that it makes a significant impact on climate change, would be that you would have nuclear power plants everywhere, including in countries that may not be capable of securely running nuclear power. And one of the things that we see happening in Ukraine at the moment is that it's really not wise to have a nuclear power plant in a war zone. That is really, really scary. But with that proviso, as long as you build nuclear power plants in countries that are stable and that have a capable engineering core and a capable regulator, I don't see any problem with that. The second issue, or the first issue that you raised, Anna, was about policy, about the measurement of energy security, and the energy trilemma. Now, there is, I sort of skimmed over that in the presentation. There is a lot of confusion in the literature about how to measure these things and what really are the components of the energy trilemma. And one of the confusions that you see in a lot of papers, and actually more papers in the policy arena than in the academic arena, is that people try to sort of fudge this and create a super indicator that tries to measure everything. And I think that is mistaken. As an academic descendant, as you are, Sana, from Tinbergen, I would object to that. And the reason is as follows. I think that indicators should make decisions and trade-offs in decisions clearer. And by saying, well, it's all one thing, and we're talking about energy security in an abstract sense, and we want to throw in equity, and we want to throw in sustainability and cleanliness and all things, then you end up with sort of a super indicator that measures everything and therefore nothing, because there are real trade-offs here. You can make energy cheaper by burning more coal, right? And you can make energy cleaner by burning less coal. And by saying, well, it's all energy security, right? It's not, you're not clarifying the decisions that you're making and the inevitable trade-offs that you need to make. So freely after Tim Bergen, I would say that you need as many indicators as you have problems. And trying to create one super indicator, I think, hides the real trade-offs that policymakers need to make. That's their job. By obscuring that, I don't think you're helping anybody. Of course, it's good for short-term consulting contracts, right? That you can sort of like try and smooth over. Look, policymaker, you don't really have a problem. You can solve everything in one go. But I don't think that serves anything but the short-term interest of some political and consulting interests.
Thank you very much, Professor Toll. Yeah. Please, anyone, if you want to ask questions, audience can type in Q&A box, and the speakers can raise hand or type in chat or simply unmute themselves. Yeah. Okay. So we have one question Q&A box. I'm not sure if it's really relevant to your paper, but I'm sure you can probably answer it. How to reduce the price of clean energy and encourage every country use this kind of energy? Is it really good to protect environment?
Well, the second question is simple, right? If it's truly clean energy, then it would be good for the environment. The question how to reduce the price of clean energy is, I mean, there's a proximate cause and an ultimate cause, right? The proximate cause is that we need improvements in technology. And fortunately, we have seen a lot of that. As I said during my talk, particularly the price of solar power has fallen very, very rapidly. I've been in this climate game for 3 decades now. And I think it's fair to say that the developments in the renewable energy market have surprised everybody. If you think about this 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, very few people had predicted that solar power would be so cheap, to the point that in many places in the world, solar power is now at grid parity. That is, if you want, or below grid parity even, that is, if you simply want to build the cheapest new source of electricity, then you go for solar in many places, in China and India, throughout the Mediterranean. In parts of the United States, wind power is actually below grid parity. That is, the cheapest source of new electricity is wind power. And the same is true for the windier parts of Western Europe. That it just follows from 2 things. One, advances in technology. That is product innovations, and that's particularly true for solar power. And that follows from process innovations as well, particularly for wind power. We're simply better at building them than we were 10 years ago, and that is why the prices come down. Now, that is the proximate cause, right? Simply, we have better technologies at our disposal than we used to have. The ultimate cause is that people have invested in R&D or RD&D even. Also, the process innovation is very important here. And that is because people believed that there was money to be made in solar and wind power. And that mostly came from people believing that politicians are taking climate policy seriously and will continue to take climate policy seriously for decades to come. So the policy signal here is very, very important, that what you want is sort of a stable and predictable climate policy that investors and inventors can look at the future and say, well, if I develop a climate-friendly product now, chances are I will be able to sell it at a profit in 10 years from now, and in 20 years I will still be able to sell it at a profit. And as long as that promise is there, people will continue to make clean energy better and cheaper. And this is something for the very long haul, right? Wind power started in the 1980s because the Danish government believed in a future for wind power. Some people say they were crazy at the time, but they did it. They stuck to the plan. And then in the 1990s, the Germans took over and said, we believe in this technology and we're going to subsidize it. And as a result of those two governments, we now have cheap wind power for everybody, right? Not just for Denmark and Germany, but of course they saw this as an export opportunity, and more countries, more and more companies now see this as not as just a profitable technology in its own right. And that is the future for renewable energy. As long as people keep believing that there is a market for new and better products and cheaper products, then they will continue to supply that. And part of that belief is stimulated by a stable policy environment.
Thank you very much, Professor Toll. Thanks for audience for question. If you allow me, I can add also for developing Asia important not only price of renewable energy, but also relative difference to fossil fuel cost or electricity price in your country. This is particularly for developing Asia. Why? Because electricity or fossil fuel price often either subsidized or government controlled. And it's very hard for government to increase or remove subsidies, or increase price. It's very hard. Yeah, so I think this relative price difference between renewable energy and fossil fuel price, it's very important for developing Asia. Thank you very much, Professor Toll, about all comments, especially fascinating story about wind power, how it was developed in Denmark and Germany. So thank you so much. I hope you stay for the next paper because there is some relevance to your paper as well, your research, energy security. It will be presented by Harsh Vijay Singh. He kindly agreed to share his recent research at World Economic Forum program. He works on research and analysis on energy transition, and he's a lead author of World Economic Forum flagship publications on country transition and industrial decarbonization. He has worked for more than a decade on energy transition and climate action. Previously, he worked as a strategy leader at GE Power as policy researcher on energy efficiency at Poverty Action Lab, and developed energy access business models for Husk Power Systems in India. He has an MPA from Columbia University and Bachelor in Electrical Engineering from Indian Institute of Technology. Harsh, the floor is yours. Thank you so much for joining. We cannot hear you. You are unmuted, but we cannot hear you.
I hope it's working now.
Yes, great. Thank you. Great.
Thank you for the introduction, and thanks for inviting us to present at this forum. Very interesting presentation by Professor Toll, and it definitely has a lot of parallels with what we do here at the World Economic Forum. So I apologize that we did not have a chance to write a paper. We came in at the last moment, but hopefully what we have to say might make some relevance to the times that we are in, energy security wise, and some key takeaways on how this time can be navigated at best. To briefly explain a little bit about the organization that I work for. So World Economic Forum, it's an international organization based out of Geneva in Switzerland that primarily has the agenda of public-private collaboration to achieve some socially optimal outcomes. We work on a number of issues. You may have heard of things such as global risks report or competitiveness report. We also work on mobilizing cross-sectoral multi-stakeholder initiatives on issues such as trade or intellectual property, fourth industrial revolution. Energy also happens to be one of the topics where the forum is quite active. And I've been here for a few years leading the research and analysis when it comes to energy transition. Right. So today, I would like to share our approach to energy transition. Professor Toll did mention that conducting a super indicator, creating a super indicator, which usually is called a composite indicator, has limited effect when it comes to actual decision making. That is partly true, although actual decision making rarely happens based on indicators themselves. There are a lot of other drivers involved, including local circumstances, geopolitical, budgetary implications, etc., etc. We do benchmark countries on energy transition, but it's primarily for informational purposes, for best practice sharing, etc. Subsequently, I would also try and share what we are currently hearing from the stakeholders on best practices to navigate the current implications of the energy crisis and what it means for long-term energy security, meaning securing the energy transition. To start with, when we speak of energy transition, so that's a wholesale movement of an industry which is as big as the energy sector in itself. Is my screen still visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Yeah. So when we talk of energy transition of an industry which is the scope, the size, and the magnitude as the energy sector in itself, so that brings into a lot of different stakeholder perspectives. Theoretically, it's a simple problem that you want to substitute one fuel for the other or one technology for the other, but in between production to all the way to consumption, the number of stakeholders that interact therein, it's quite complex, and henceforth the transition that requires movement of the sector towards from one emission intensive pathway to another that has to be built on the consensus, so to speak, of a diverse array of stakeholder interests, and balancing all of these different interests within countries, in societies within countries, between countries, etc. So and that too without any central entity coordinating the entire process. That becomes a challenge which comes with its own set of complexities. And that is why the energy transition, which although science indicates that has to happen faster, has been moving, but it's not been moving fast enough. So which is why when we benchmark energy systems, we try and look at the triangle, which Professor Toll also alluded to, which is looks at the performance of energy systems at countries in countries today. So at a very fundamental level, although countries have different starting points, different socioeconomic circumstances, etc., and different technological level of technological advancements. However, energy in a certain country is expected to serve at least 3 goals, and the 3 goals are widely acknowledged. That it should be clean, meaning environmentally sustainable. It should be universally accessible and secure, and it should empower economic development and growth, of which affordability is a part, but not just affordability. It should also support economic development and growth, because energy is an input to a large number of industries. So industrial competitiveness relies a lot on energy affordability and competitive pricing. What we see right now, specifically in Europe, on how European industry is being affected by high energy prices. So affordability is for consumers granted, but also for businesses and industries. So the triangle here looks at the current system performance. How is the energy system performing vis-a-vis these three different dimensions? But we are talking about a transition, and we are talking about a transition of a system, a sector, which has interlinkages to a diverse array of stakeholders beyond the boundaries of the energy system in itself. And that is where the enabling environment comes in, which is represented by the framework on the right-hand side of the screen here. That you need a large number of enablers to align, or at least move in directionally the same direction, directionally in a preferable direction, for the energy system to improve its performance on the three dimensions of the triangle. So these are enablers such as capital and investment, stable policy environment with increasing level of political commitment towards the energy transition. Institutional and regulatory framework, and infrastructure to support the energy transition. This could be infrastructure which is legacy infrastructure, for example, roads and rails, etc., but also increasingly digital infrastructure, which would be necessary in a healthy condition to foresee this kind of wholesale transformation of the energy system. Similarly, human capital and consumer participation, workers for the new energy system, as well as rehabilitation and reskilling of workers of the current energy system, plus participation of consumers in the energy transition via consumption choices, specifically responsible consumption choices. So taken together, this is how we benchmark a country on energy transition, and we have been doing so for more than a decade now. So if we have a consistent methodology, which is built upon consensus, targeting inclusiveness, and addressing the definition of or an understanding of energy transition from a very fundamental perspective. So by doing so robustly and consistently for over a decade, that gives us some amount of relevant insights on how we are progressing on the energy transition, where the opportunities for improvement, etc., might lie. I'll skip this and go straight away to some of the insights that we have had in the from this benchmarking, not going very deep into it, but at least the high-level insights. So first of all, we see that the two parts of the framework, system performance and transition readiness, we see that both of them have seen an improvement, and this is a global average. So global average doesn't mean a lot. I think it is for purely informational purposes, but there has been an improvement. Whether it is fast or not, I think the evidence is clear that we are not moving fast enough when it comes to the energy transition. However, if we look at the differences in country-specific circumstances to see how much, without any central body orchestrating the entire process, we are still moving in a direction which is more or less consistent or in a similar direction across different countries. And that speaks a lot to the years of investments into technologies, the years of campaigning for climate change, etc. How the movement is not localized, but it is fairly global. Drilling one level deeper into dimension specifically, so we have economic development and growth, which is more challenging. However, there have been improvement in environmental sustainability and in energy access and security as well. Because we are clubbing access and security, so I think it is muting the signals a little bit. Energy access gains have been quite robust over the past 20 years. Maybe the pandemic has slowed down the growth a little bit, but that is also contributing to the increase in the average scores on energy access and security. Why the growth on economic development, why the trends on economic development and growth dimensions are muted? I think the kind of things that we measure in this dimension are subsidies, externalities, because both of these are net growth negative. We also look at affordability for households and for industries. Those were moving in, those are dependent first of all on fuel mix and market structures within countries, but largely energy prices were headed in the negative direction for better part of last decade. But recently that trend has been positive because of the commodity market volatilities. Let's skip this and come here probably to show you that if we plot the country-specific scores on a 2x2, where the horizontal axis is measuring transition readiness and the vertical axis is measuring system performance. So we see a little bit of correlation. Here there is a strong correlation between the two. So countries that have better enabling environments are more likely to have better performance of energy systems as well. Secondly, the characterization here of emerging leapfrog, leading potential challenges, etc. So we see that if we compare how this scatter plot has moved over the past 10 years, we see two key things. First, I would like you to point your attention on the top left quadrant, potential challenges. So this is countries which have high system performance scores. Mainly these are countries with which are fossil fuel or energy exporting and producing countries. We see that there is less of a change in the last 10 years. So the countries that are in this quadrant constituted around 6% of GDP in 2021, and almost a similar amount 10 years ago. Likewise, CO2 emissions as well. So that there hasn't been any kind of movement of countries from this quadrant to the next, which sort of points to one key thing about energy transition in countries which are traditionally energy producing and exporting of the legacy issues. So countries which such as in the Middle East and North Africa region, or exporting countries like Russia and some countries in Latin America, where fossil fuel export are major driver of the economy. So there are higher barriers to transition than some other countries. Looking at the lower left-hand quadrant, the emerging countries. So these are mainly lower or lower middle income countries. But there has been, in our analysis, there has been quite a lot of shift of countries from this quadrant to the quadrant to the right, that's leapfrog, and which is exactly where we want to be, that having a robust enabling environment that can help countries to improve the energy system across the three dimensions of the triangle. So in this quadrant, the number of countries has decreased over the past 10 years. Cumulatively, they amounted to around 19% of GDP in 10 years ago. Now it's just 7%. That means there has been a transition or a migration of countries from this quadrant to the other quadrants, mainly on account of increasing enabling and improving enabling environment. To summarize, looking at 10-year trends from the Energy Transition Index, we see that more than 80% of the countries have improved their ATI scores in the 10 years. And this is a result of sustained investments, improving policy environment, public acceptance as well, and a lot of capital that has been spent into this. So there are some areas where improvement has been slow, and these are mainly countries which are fuel exporters.
Harsh, sorry,
because
we are sharing screen, so if you want next slide, can you please say next? Thank you.
Sorry, are you sharing screen or am I sharing screen?
We are ADBI.
Okay, so next slide, please. Because we are in an energy security challenging times that are challenging for energy security. So the index in itself doesn't give a lot of insights into energy security, specifically the kind of drivers and implications of security that are right now. Nevertheless, traditionally, security was understood in terms of import dependence and import diversification. Looking into the trends of countries and how import dependence has changed. So a decade is quite small when it comes to macro issues like energy. Nevertheless, we are living in times where energy demand has consistently been increasing, and with increase in energy demand, so has there been an increase in level of import dependence in countries. So among the energy importing countries, of which there are quite a lot, there are more countries that import energy than there are that export. So among the countries that import energy, 70% of those have increased the level of their dependence on imports for the energy supply. And this kind of increase has been consistent across different regions, more so in Europe and South Asia. Europe, for reasons that were different, mainly targeting lower prices, and South Asia mainly because of increasing energy demand in tandem with the increase in economic growth. Looking at diversification of import counterparts, so the theory goes that more diverse the import mix is, the more secure the energy supply will be. But there has been a trend of more concentration rather than diversification of import counterparts among countries. So once again, in a decade or so, this trend has been more pronounced in Europe as well, but in other regions too, meaning that more and more countries are seeking to secure their energy imports from more concentrated mix of energy suppliers. Now, in better times, these strategies yield economic benefits. They offer economies of scale. They are cheaper. They offer long-term contracts, etc. But then energy security is like an insurance. You don't need it until you do. And now we are seeing the challenges of that approach. Moving on, next slide. Sorry if I missed. Because we are in the midst of an energy crisis, so I would quickly like to mention how countries have been dealing with this so far, and what can be useful steps therein. Next slide. So this energy crisis is the first global crisis, I think, first global energy crisis. It has started not from now, but since 2021, when the economic rebound from the pandemic did not allow for the energy supply to catch up, leading to high energy prices in the second half of 2021. This was coupled with extreme weather challenges and droughts, etc., that led to disruptions in China and in certain parts of Latin America. It also led to high prices for gas and coal. And now, since then, the illegal invasion of Russia to Ukraine has created a compounded environment of compounded crises or disruptions. So Europe is at the center of the current energy crisis. And likewise, European policymakers have responded, at least in the short term, firing all cylinders. So one of them has been seeking near-term reinforcements from fossil fuels. So we have seen an extensive, a very fast-paced development, or at least announcements of natural gas or LNG infrastructure expansion. With the suspension of pipeline natural gas from Russia, LNG has come to the rescue. So now the United States is the imports more than half of LNG to Europe, at least in 2022. There have been a large number of similar contracts or deals being signed with other countries, including Qatar, Mozambique, Nigeria, Senegal, Australia, Canada, Indonesia, which are have been LNG suppliers traditionally from before. So hence this has contributed to a buildup of large number of import terminals in Europe. Similarly, because gas-fired power generation has been a critical part of the electricity mix in Europe. So this disruption has been quite challenging for the power system, leading to price levels that are at some point of time in this year were 25 times the levels that were in last year. So policymakers have had to take some immediate steps, and some of those steps have been detrimental to long-term climate goals, meaning resorting to coal. So almost every European country has rolled back some degree of their coal ambitions. The current evidence, or at least consensus, suggests that this is short-lived and that the net impact on the climate ambitions of Europe are negligible. But this indicates the challenges from the current energy system stemming from the fuel choices and stemming from the geopolitical situations. Very important to say that this sort of implications are not restricted to Europe only. I think coal in particular has had a couple of very good years. Last year was the year where coal demand as well as emissions from coal shot up by the largest amount in any previous year. This year also there is expected to be a modest addition to that. The medium-term outlook for coal also looks challenging from emissions point of view. I think China is expected to add more than 200 gigawatts of capacity in the next 3 to 5 years. So what are the recommendations here when it comes to supply reinforcements? I think there is always a trade-off there. Given the speed and scale at which the crises have unfolded, it does not allow for the most optimal decision to be implemented in real time. So there are going to be pluses and minuses regardless of what we do. However, from near-term perspective, as policymakers navigate this challenge, we expect that the decisions should prioritize renewable energy development first, because any kind of new fossil fuel infrastructure development is unlikely to offer near-term price relief. The natural gas prices in particular are going to stay high for next 3 to 5 years, and the new infrastructure will not come online then. So there is no near-term relief expected from the fossil fuel infrastructure that is new. Secondly, any kind of fossil fuel development should be constrained to national carbon budgets. The current new fossil fuel infrastructure, specifically LNG, exacerbates the climate challenge. It amounts to 10% of the remaining carbon budget. So that is not optimal at all. I think the development should be in line with what long-term climate goals are. Thirdly, where necessary, the new fossil fuel infrastructure should be future-proof in terms of climate. This is two main implications. First, design specs that include methane capture, and secondly, at least invest into R&D for how this can be repurposed for clean hydrogen or ammonia firing later. And lastly, as new trade relationships are being formed, countries should target a more diversified trade mix. Next slide. I think time is short, but I'll try to move fast. Price volatilities are well known. In this year itself, that is 2022, crude oil and natural gas prices have been increasing. There are some real-time volatilities based on the geopolitical developments and policies. However, the trend still remains positive, and this has spilled over into food prices, prompting inflation worldwide. And the inflationary effects have been felt not just in Europe, which is at the center, but across different regions, and more specifically sub-Saharan Africa. And there are monetary implications as well as and fiscal implications too, as countries which have high exposure to debt are finding it increasingly difficult to borrow to find their way out of the crisis because of the widening bond spreads. Next slide. This is quite complex, but this is to show how cost of living implications of fuel prices percolate in different consumption parts of the consumption basket. The only thing to take away here is that the pass-through is more positive or more severe for food, transport, and housing, number one. Number two, the pass-through is more prolonged for emerging economies than they are for advanced economies, primarily because of the limited fiscal space, low wage flexibility, and higher energy intensity of GDP in emerging economies as opposed to advanced economies. So the implications of the crisis, at least fiscal and monetary terms, would be if lower in volume, but higher in severity for emerging economies as they are going to be for the advanced economies. And hence, countries have loosened their purse strings and tried to support households and businesses via a wide array of fiscal measures. For advanced economies, these measures have been focused mainly on price support, specifically energy price support. But for emerging economies, these have been in terms of tax reductions or food price cash transfers of food for food, etc. To date, most of the fiscal instruments have been targeted to fossil fuel sources through price support measures, either a wholesale or retail price regulations through subsidies, and most have been consumption-based as opposed to income-based. Going forward, next slide. Going forward, the current expert consensus indicates that the fiscal measures that countries are implementing, they should adhere to a few basic principles in order for cost efficiency and to be more climate friendly. So first of all, they should preserve market signals so as to not distort the price signals, which can lead to lack of demand correction. Secondly, it should be targeted, time-bound, targeting to vulnerable consumers. So this is extremely important because it otherwise broad-based consumption subsidies mainly benefit higher income households, and they do not reach the people to whom they are meant for. This depends a little bit on the existing targeting infrastructure, but this is also an opportunity to start building that infrastructure as well. Likewise, income-based as opposed to consumption-based programs are more effective. And as I mentioned, to protect the incentive for demand reduction is most critical here because this is long-term benefits for the energy transition as well. And finally, the responses to the should be coordinated across countries to an extent, because otherwise broad-based consumption subsidies in one country lead to similar responses by other countries because the energy market is connected globally. And then that has no real-term effects in terms of real effect in terms of income support to the consumers because of the effects on energy prices. So it mainly acts as a net transfer from energy importing countries to energy exporting countries if they're not coordinated. I understand that we are out of time. So I think we've covered a lot of ground here. I have a few slides to cover, but happy to take questions or discussions at this point if that's what the chair recommends.
Thank you very much, Harsh. Yeah, thank you for very informative presentation, making it very timely and relevant to the session of today. Even you had such a short time to do this. So thank you so much for all your effort. This is highly relevant to, and it's also complements to the first presentation by Professor Tol. Yeah, great. So I would like to invite the questions from the audience if we have raised hand. Okay, so while we are waiting, let me start first while we are waiting. So I'm interested what Harsh, you said that energy need to be climate proof, and then you briefly explained, but I didn't really understand what do you mean by that? Can you maybe explain more?
Could you please clarify your question on
when you presented towards the end, you said also energy need to be climate proof.
Oh, okay, yeah, future proof. I think I was more referring to the current trend of building fossil fuel infrastructure to substitute the disruption of supplies that we have, pipeline natural gas supplies from Russia. So these infrastructure build-outs are happening in Europe in terms of LNG terminals. And then this will lead to development of pipelines to connect these from centers of demand, etc. So there are a couple of ways on how the new energy infrastructure that is being developed can be least disruptive to the long-term climate goals. So number one, gas infrastructure is a primary contributor to methane leakage, mainly non-essential flaring, and that has got multiples of higher impact on global warming, at least in the next 20 years, in 20-year timeline or so. So methane leakage or restricting methane leakage is a near-term solution to buy more time for net zero. And as new infrastructure is built out, I think they should be designed with a specification on restricting methane leakage or capturing methane at source to the extent possible. Secondly, there is also an increasing thinking of having the existing fossil fuel infrastructure as a contributor to transition by providing the backbone for future energy carriers or services. More specifically, we are thinking of hydrogen. So technology, or at least to the extent to which repurposing can happen, is limited so far, but that is where research and development is necessary. That how can the new energy infrastructure that is being developed, specifically in response to the crisis, how can that be that find a place in the energy system that is lower carbon in future as well?
Oh, great. Thank you so much. Yeah, I think there is discussion about using existing pipelines for hydrogen transportation or mixing hydrogen with gas. Yeah, so I also fascinating what you said, all the map of European Union and all the measures we took, like instead of shutting down coal plants, they actually now opening, right? And then those which were idle before, they now all reopened. And those who supposed to retire, they extended life, and those who had cap on coal generation, extraction or energy production increased or removed this cap. So quite opposite to what we were said to do before, right? We said we need to shut down coal plants, we need to retire earlier than they planned, we need to set cap, right? So, but I guess all these measures are temporary, right? And I guess we have a long-term plan. So do you think how long this short-term solution will work, and what is a long-term plan solution?
Thanks. I think it is very clear, at least the message from policymakers in countries where coal has made some temporary comeback. The message is very clear that it is going to be short-lived, which we hope is the case. But that is not to say that they have not parallelly also increased their climate ambitions. So in countries across Europe, as well as in countries in Asia as well, they have doubled down on their both pledges, ambitions for renewable energy, as well as this rate of current development. So this year is going to be once again the record year in Europe, with around 80 gigawatts or so of solar PV coming online. So that is quite significant. And they have also responded by removing some bottlenecks. I think permitting delays were well known. In Europe, they had a wind plant had a timeline of 10 years to gain permits and licenses. So that window has been considerably shrunk, and now it is supposed to be done in the order of months rather than years. So coal return has been unfortunate, but there is, for the lack of better options. But simultaneously, a lot of investments and a lot of policy measures, etc., have been enacted to accelerate the green transition. So in total, if we see the crisis which has been caused by dependence on fossil fuels, most likely it will also accelerate the exit from fossil fuels.
Thank you very much. I think that's the complements what Professor told recently about not net zero carbon, but gross zero carbon. Yeah, and okay, thank you so much. Yeah, excellent presentation. I really like that both presentations were on the same theme and complemented to each other. Very informative. Thank you very much. Yeah. So let me please invite, then we can close this session. Thank you so much. And please stay with us for the final closing remarks. The final closing remarks will be provided by Tetsushi Sanobe. He is Dean and CEO of the Asian Development Bank Institute, which is the Tokyo-based think tank of the Asian Development Bank that promotes realization of prosperous, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable Asian Pacific through policy research and capacity building. Dean Sanobe, thank you very much for providing opening remarks for day one, staying with us throughout this event, and then agreeing to do the hardest job to provide the closing remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dina. Okay, so yeah, so distinguished speakers and participants, it's my great pleasure to make a few closing remarks, expressing my gratitude to you for your active participation that has made the 2022 ADBI Annual Conference so successful and meaningful. As vividly described by Tony Khan, the President and Representative Director of DHL Japan this morning, the COVID-19 pandemic and the induced lockdowns disrupted the distribution of goods worldwide. Supply chain resilience, however, will continue to have big impacts on the economic, social, and environmental prosperity of people in the world. As the world, even after the world can recover from the pandemic. So it's really a new, really challenging policy issue. Then in his welcome remarks, ADB President Asakawa said that the conference would provide useful insights on topics, including identifying shocks and assessing risks, building more resilient and inclusive supply chain, strengthening regional cooperation and digitalization. Yes, President Masa was correct. We obtained lots of insights from the conference. But what are they? Before forgetting, let's review key takeaways quickly. As Professor Richard Baldwin pointed out, there is a very basic question of why supply chain resilience is a public policy issue, not just a problem for business persons. The professor explained the reason, which lies in the gap between the public policy makers and the private decision makers in terms of balance between risk preference and cost-saving preference. Public policy makers may be more risk averse, but have weaker preference for cost saving than private decision makers. So this public-private gap or wedge makes policy intervention necessary. The professor also pointed out that as various shocks can considerably affect supply chains, so the diversity of the shocks exists. And then at the same time, the supply chains has different types. So there can't be any one-size-fits-all approach to preparedness policy against such shocks. So instead, it's important to match anti-risk policies with the nature of shocks. So he talked about in the case of demand shock, stockpiling would be useful, or idiosyncratic supply shocks like big earthquakes. It's better to diversify supply sources geographically, or international transport shocks due to very worldwide shocks like COVID-19 pandemic, climate shocks, and digital disruption, then maybe reshoring or nearshoring sources would be useful, and the geo-economic shocks like violent conflict and trade war, then maybe the production site should be shifted to allies or nearshoring or reshoring would be important, and also identify strategic sectors would be important. So, and then there was discussion about food insecurity and climate sustainability. The disruption in global trade and supply chain has caused food insecurity and poverty. And then those problems have been aggravated by recent extreme climate events, as mentioned in the keynote speech by Cynthia Rosenzweig, who won the World Food Prize this year. And the Ajay Matha argued that carbon emissions in transportation. And Kunio Mikulia, Secretary General of the World Customs Organization, highlighted the role of customs in supply chain. Sorry, can you hear me? Dina?
Yes, we can hear you.
I just saw the sign of the connection is like, unstable. So let me continue. So Kunio Mikulia highlighted the role of customs in supply chain resilience and the big challenges that customs in the world will face in the process of low carbon transition to net zero emissions and transition to circular economy. And climate change mitigation, of course, requires reduction in greenhouse gas emissions in transportation as well as energy sector. And in the energy sector, as Gauri Singh argued, enabling large-scale expansion of gigawatt-scale photovoltaic manufacturing capacity is necessary for the energy transition. For that purpose, research and development investment, a huge amount of investment would be needed. And President Asakawa said ADB is providing $14 billion between 2022 and 2025 to address the food security crisis, and is providing $100 billion in climate finance between 2019 to 2030. There was a lot of interesting discussion about supply chain digital transformation. The former ADB Vice President and currently Vice President of the Export-Import Bank of China, called for greater use of digitalization to support various trade flows, logistic projects, and infrastructure projects. Again, Mr. Kunio Mikulia emphasized the importance of data standardization among customs in the world. And Tony Khan shared the experience of DHL, where digitalization created an automatic clearance system at the back office, which significantly contributed to minimization of human errors under the huge pressure of growing demand for shipment. As to trade and investment, geostrategic shocks include US-China trade tension, together with COVID-19 global transport shock. Those things were expected to increase reshoring, nearshoring, as I said, and also diversification of sources. Still, China plays a central role in global manufacturing supply chains, and increases in investment in ASEAN and India are less than expected, according to Professor David Dalla. For developing countries to benefit more from deeper integration into global supply chains, developing economies would need to improve trade infrastructure and logistics, and liberalize trade and investment through multilateral trade agreements such as RCEP and TPP, and build human capital through basic and vocational education. Those things are important. And in the previous session, we had very insightful and really excellent presentation and discussion by Professor Toh and Jana on the energy trilemma, and another extremely informative presentation by Harsh Vijay Singh. Thank you very much. So these discussions are really excellent. So to conclude, the theme of this annual conference, that is fostering resilient global supply chains amid risks and uncertainty, is really timely and relevant for our disrupted world. We are facing really menacing and unpredictable challenges to our life and livelihood. What will save us? Of course, the key is held by solutions based on science. ADBI is a tiny think tank, but ADBI has global networks of researchers and policymakers. Our approach is to toss researchers worldwide very good questions and bridge research and policy making. I think this annual conference has raised good questions and stimulated researchers. Then what's next? Upon the conclusion of this annual conference, the forum for discussion of supply chain resilience is shifting to T7 Japan. As you may know, ADBI is going to host a think tank engagement group of G7 called Think7 or T7 as part of Japan's G7 presidency 2023. The T7 process is now starting. We are already calling policy briefs abstracts. T7 is open to everyone, regardless of nationality, whether G7 member countries or non-member countries, whether developed or developing countries. So everybody can participate in this T7, as long as they are interested in saying something to G7 leaders. And please check T7 Japan website, www.think7.org, which includes a call for policy brief abstracts. So it's just 300 words or so. So you can prepare the abstract and then please apply. And then T7 Inception Conference will be held virtually on 12th December. So a little less than 2 weeks from now. So this Inception Conference registration web page will soon be included in T7 website. So, and then T7 Japan is closely working with T20 India. T20 India take place as part of India's G20 presidency 2023. So if you have something to say to G7 or G20 leaders, please respond to the call for policy brief abstract to this T7. And T7 Japan will include the exploration of supply chain resilience. So we will dig deeper and deeper about this important issue of supply chain resilience further or at T7 Japan. So please participate in it. And with that, I conclude ADBI Annual Conference 2022. Thank you very much and have a pleasant day or evening. Goodbye.